Sound check. Does red mean we don't want that, do we? Will you turn yours on and see if it turns red? Is that on?
Is red on?
It's red,
Yep.
it's on.
Okay.
Counterintuitive.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started now that I finally found the right building. Does red mean we don't want that, do we? Corrections are not my strong point. I would like to thank everyone who is here and everyone who is joining us
Is
online.
red on?
And I
It's
would
on.
like to
Okay.
take just a minute to thank the
Oh, yeah,
people
it
that
is.
put the tour together for us yesterday.
Well,
It
good
was pretty
morning, everyone. I think
remarkable.
we'll go ahead and get
Vice
started
Chair
now that I
Hatfield
finally
Hyde
found
had
the
a
right
lot to do
building.
with it. Philip Milburn,
Milburn,
sorry, Philip. The Klamath tribe, we had at least 3 people from the Klamath tribe with us.
Joining us
Online,
red
we
and I would
got
like
to
take just a
meet
minute to thank the
Klamath
people that put the
Reintroduction and
tour
hatchery
together for
staff
us
who did
yesterday.
great presentations
pretty
for us.
remarkable.
Kristen
Vice
Rivard
Chair
from
Hatfield
TU,
Hyde had a lot to
Leanne
do with it.
Brandenburg
Philip,
from the Klamath
um,
Watershed Partnership, Larry Nicholson, who's with the Ag Group in the Upper Basin and gave us a great presentation as well. And then Commissioner King and Commissioner Hatfield Hyde finished it off with an economic equity map that kind of put a bow around some of the things we're looking at in terms of distribution. It was great. We appreciate it. It's a highlight to have those tours, so thank you all. To start, I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and would like to call the Friday, June 14th, 2024 meeting to order. I live in Langlois on Oregon's South Coast, and I'd like the other commissioners to introduce themselves first in the room, and then we'll go to online.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, Mark Labhart, and I'm Eastern Oregon rep, and I live in Sisters.
Good morning, Bob Spellbrink, Sludge, Oregon.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King, Portland, Oregon.
And Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde online, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning, Becky Hatfield Hyde, Brothers and Klamath Basin. And I just want to say, I'm so sorry I'm not there in Chiloquin, a place that I love. So enjoy, but I'm excited about my son's graduation today. So that's why I'm not there in person.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, Kathy and Khalil, Portland, Oregon. Also very sorry to not be there. I'm traveling internationally tomorrow and it didn't seem prudent to then drive 6 hours back to Portland. But wish I could be there.
Thank you both. Director Colbert, welcome as director.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Debbie Colbert. I'm Director of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And Michelle, could you introduce yourself and anything we need to know for the online parts too?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here to support the commission and the director to have this meeting hybrid. I want to let everybody know that yesterday during testing, we did have some connectivity fluctuations. And so I want to ask for the people, especially on YouTube, to be patient. If the meeting starts to get choppy or loses, we will be posting the recording online as soon as we possibly can, but there is limited connectivity in this building, including the Wi-Fi. So now to the room, the Wi-Fi is limited. There's not a whole lot of access. So if you have a hotspot and you want to go online, that would be the preference if you use your hotspot. And lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank the Klamath Tribe for allowing us to use their facility and the wonderful customer service that they've provided to us and the help that they've been through preparing for this meeting. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Michelle. We will go then right to the director's report. And just to let people know, if you're following along in the agenda, item J that was listed, or I that was listed, has been pulled. So we have one less item. So commissioners, we don't have I, which is the pelagic coastal species. Director Miller. Sorry. Director Colbert.
That's okay. All right. Yes, just for a little background, we were not able to get the federal regulations were not posted in time for us to do that other exhibit today. So we'll do temporary rules and then bring them back to you in August. And just wanted to echo Chair Wall's thanks for the outstanding tour yesterday. It just, every time I come to Klamath, I just learn new things and just appreciate all of the hard work and many different folks that are here. Just the collaborations that are sparked and the successes that we've had in this basin. And just thank everyone that put the tour together and the tribes for hosting us in this building today. And I think some of them will be joining us later. For the director's report, you have in your materials, the field report is written. And then we're going to have first up, we're going to have our interim deputy director for administration, Ken Loffink, provide the expenditure report.
There we go. Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Ken Loffink. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for Administration. Happy to be here this morning. I'll just be real brief today with the department's financial report. You're going to hear a lot from me here in just a little while. For the month end, April 30th, 2024, ODFW's unrestricted cash balance finished at $46.4 million, and restricted cash came in at $70.3 million for a total of about $117 million in custody at Treasury. Now, since that is slightly down from previous month, but since we're not going to have a July meeting, I'll go ahead and give a preliminary update for where we closed at May. And May is just an exciting time for ODFW. Big month, controlled hunt deadlines, lots of good stuff going on. It also happens to be our biggest sales month, and we had tremendous sales in May. For the year, actually, we're about 3%, tracking about 3% higher than we were last year. Really good stuff. So the net result of that is that our preliminary numbers at Treasury for unrestricted cash for May are $66 million. So up $20 million. What I also want to highlight about that, especially in lieu of our budget presentation later today, is May's our strongest sales month. We also see a lot of volatility in that ending balance. It's something we talked about a lot. And we are at the point in the year where we're going to cross that threshold where we think our monthly expenses are going to start outpacing the revenue coming in. So we do expect to see that number start to drop here in the near future. And I just wanted to highlight that volatility. $20 million to the good, but if we have a couple months where federal contracts don't come through, we really need a lot of that play here. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that later today, but just want to give a brief overview of that. As far as budget development, I'll be real brief because we're going to tell you all about our budget here in a couple exhibits. Needless to say, we've had our last public engagement meeting in May. We've met with stakeholders. We're ready to present our ARB today, and we'll be doing so in Exhibit B. And then other updates from our audit shop. Audit has recently completed a review of our public records request process. There's a memo into management for a decision there. Our auditor Corey is currently auditing our HR hiring processes, looking for efficiencies and improvements there. And then later on this month, and I actually think it got bumped to July, we're having our next audit committee meeting where we'll plan out audit work for the next year. So good stuff happening there. And that's all I have for this morning.
Thank you very much, Ken. Next, we're going to move to the Climate and Ocean Change Report, and we have Sarah Reif, our Habitat Division Administrator, joining us here. And then online, we'll have Emily Van Wyck, our Sensitive Species Coordinator. Is Emily online?
Emily is online.
Okay, great. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you. Great. Well, good morning. Good morning, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde online and members of the Commission, Director Colbert. I'm Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator, coming to you with the next installment in our year-long climate report in the series focused on species resilience in the face of a changing climate. I'm very grateful to have with me today Emily Van Wyck. She's our Acting Conservation Strategy Coordinator. And we're going to feature for you this month the important role that the high desert lakes and wetlands play in migratory bird conservation and how climate change is really challenging this geography. Next slide, please. So how this fits into our theme. If you recall, we're really focused on species resilience this year and really trying to have sort of a cohesive line of presentations for you. We've been focused on natural and working lands. If you recall, in March, we talked about the role of agriculture and rangelands in providing wildlife habitat and the critical role that they play for climate resiliency. We talked about blue carbon habitats when we were in Tillamook. This month, we're talking about high desert wetlands. And then dates TBD, but our plan will be to then talk about the role of forest lands. And then we'll kind of shift out of that natural and working lands focus and just bring up some other topics that I think are really relevant when we're talking about species resilience. So things like land use and energy siting, invasive species if we have time. And then it all culminates in December with a roundtable with partners. And we're still sort of scoping what that will look like, but the whole point will be to bring us back to some of the takeaways from each of these presentations and do some creative problem solving and just prioritizing with our partners. So that's the fit and the context. Next slide. This presentation pairs really well with yesterday's amazing tour of the Upper Klamath Basin. Hearing from the Klamath tribes, the agricultural landowners and restoration biologists, we learned a lot, or I learned a ton, about the critical importance of the Upper Klamath River Basin, the tributaries, the springs, the wetlands, and the importance to fish, birds, and people. And today we're going to keep going with that theme, but invite you to zoom out a little bit. And we're going to talk further about the larger complex of high desert lakes and wetlands that collectively form one of the most including climate change, and what ODFW and partners are doing to adapt to climate and to a changing climate and to build resilience for the future. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to Emily Van Wyk.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sarah. Good morning, Chair Wall, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Emily Van Wyk, and I'm our Acting Conservation Strategy Coordinator in Wildlife Division. So Sarah set us up pretty well, and I want to point back to February of 2023. Brandon Reiches and I provided a presentation along this series, giving a broad overview of migratory bird conservation in a changing climate, and we're really zooming in further here to provide details specific to this geography. The next slide. I'd like to frame this up first by taking a look at the landscape context. On the right here, you have a map of the region that we're focusing on. This is the Sonic region, which encompasses Southern Oregon, Northeastern California, and just a bit of Nevada. And of course, we're focused on the Oregon section of this, but ecosystems don't really follow geopolitical boundaries so well, so it's really worth recognizing that larger picture. This landscape is, for the most part, dominated by sagebrush communities and is highly arid with little precipitation each year. But interspersed within that landscape is a mosaic of closed basin lakes, wetlands, alkali flats, including places like Summer Lake, Lake Abert, and the Warner Wetlands. Those wet habitats are historically ephemeral, recharged each year with snowmelt, and can fluctuate quite dramatically over the course of the year and year to year. Next slide. Wet habitats in this region are diverse. It includes permanent wetlands, wet meadows, and irrigated pasture lands that each provide critical breeding and migratory habitat for birds on public and private lands. When we think about birds moving through this system, it's really important to think about habitat on all land ownerships. About half of the landscape is private and the other half is public. Within this landscape, flood irrigation plays an important role for birds. It mimics historic inundation patterns and it provides a diversity of habitat that many species rely on. We also have naturally occurring wetlands on state and federal ownership managed for wildlife that can serve as really true meccas for bird migration, including locations like Malheur and Summer Lake Wildlife Area. Next slide. So these wet oases really serve as continentally important bird habitat for shorebirds, waterfowl, waterbirds, and a variety of other species, providing both highly productive breeding habitat as well as critical stopover sites for birds on their migratory routes, linking the Arctic to Central and South America. About 70% of migratory birds in the Pacific Flyway, including over 6 million water birds, will use those habitats each year. So Oregon plays a key role in the conservation of all of those species, even those that might only spend a week or a couple of days in our state. And this region is particularly important because at certain times of year, the region produces an abundance of invertebrate prey like brine shrimp and alkali flies, which fuel those birds on their migration. Some animals stay here long enough to molt and they'll pile on calories that can double their body weight, fueling them all the way to South America. Peak use periods throughout the year are in April as birds move north for the breeding season, and a longer peak from July through September as birds move south for the winter, including that year's young. Next slide. In recent years, the system has been consistently under drought conditions. The graph on the left shows the change in inundation patterns just of the Klamath Basin over the last 20 years. On the left of that, you can see patterns between 2002 and 2006, and on the right is the more recent period between 2016 and 2020. You can see that there's a fairly dramatic shift in water availability, both in seasonal and semi-permanent habitats, with a particularly steep drop in the spring migration period. The shift is just over the course of the last 20 years and is fairly descriptive of patterns throughout this region. But if you look further back into historic water availability, this change is even more dramatic. The effect of that decrease in water on the landscape is really altered habitat suitability and functionality for the species we're interested in or concerned about. On the top of this slide, I have a graphic depicting functional habitat loss. As we have less water on the landscape, we see a transition of wetland habitats that remain from semi-permanent, where you might see species like western grebe, to seasonal, which might be used more by shorebirds and ibises, to temporary, to dry, causing that functional habitat loss over time. And this is a kind of loss that can go unnoticed as we look at the total wetland habitat available in the landscape, as we quantify total acres. It's still wetland, but is it providing habitat for the species we're concerned about? Next slide. The primary drivers of wetland loss in the Sonic region is long-term drought driven by climate change. Increased temperatures, decreased precipitation, and increased use of both ground and surface water by people have all contributed to declines in water levels within Oregon's high desert lakes and wetlands. These issues have been exacerbated by the occurrence of landscape-scale wildfires that have negatively impacted watershed health across the area, causing increased runoff rates, decreased infiltration rates into soils, and impacts to water quality. Next slide. As we have less and less water in the landscape, including some recent years where lakes have almost entirely dried up, what does this mean for birds? So those drought conditions can lead to that functional habitat loss that I just described, impacting habitat availability for species reliant on more permanent wetland types. We can see temporal incompatibilities, where water available in the landscape comes at the wrong time of year to provide resources for birds on migration. We can also see hypersalinization of terminal lake habitats. So as water evaporates and isn't replenished, those habitats become unsuitable for the invertebrates that birds consume, and that can diminish food available that's critically important to more than 80 migratory species and hundreds of thousands of individual birds that stop through that habitat on their international migration. As those effects combine, we see population decline, including new data documenting a decline of up to 10% per year between 2012 and 2022 for some species within the Pacific Flyway that come through Oregon. Next slide. As we look ahead at long-term conservation of these species in an uncertain future, we need data to support management strategy. We need to understand how or if populations are impacted, where they are, and to understand regional trends. This network of wetland habitats is highly interconnected, and it's important for us to understand the role that Oregon plays in that bigger picture. Our staff and partners are involved in a variety of efforts working to get that data that can support management decisions, including things like the Intermountain West Shorebird Survey, where ODF&W staff have been participating on a region-wide effort led by Point Blue and National Audubon, trying to get a better understanding of habitat use by shorebirds during both spring and fall migration and long-term trends as we can't compare those results to historic data. We're also working on, tracking migratory connectivity. Using MODIS and other technologies, we and our partners are getting a better understanding of where birds that use wet habitats in Oregon go. This can help us understand how impacts in Oregon play a role in broad-scale population declines. We're also working on assessing climate resilience. We're working on developing species-specific habitat models, and our partners have developed tools that can help describe habitat availability, resilience, and hydroperiod in these systems over time, which can help us identify focal areas for protection or restoration for those vulnerable species. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Sarah.
So I'm going to continue talking about our the actions that we're taking and that our partners are taking. In addition to the bird research and monitoring that Emily's describing, we're also very active in water monitoring in these high desert systems. In this photo here, you can see the new gauge, the new USGS water gauge that was recently installed at Lake Abert. Oregon Water Resources Department paid for the installation of this gauge. ODFW is paying for its operations and maintenance, and the data on the lake water levels get incorporated into USGS's larger water gauge data sets for Oregon. So it really is a collaborative effort. Lake Abert is familiar. It's been in the news a lot lately. It's kind of a bellwether for the Chewaucan watershed, where declines in surface water availability and groundwater have had significant negative repercussions for migratory birds and for people. And people are really starting to witness and notice these declines. We knew we had a big data gap in understanding water levels in Lake Abert, so this is an important step to better understand the water budget for the Chewaucan Basin and inform future actions by Water Resources, by us at ODFW, and the many, many partners and stakeholders and water users invested in this geography. Other activities within our water program in this area include some in-stream flow studies in the Klamath, and also some efforts, some applications for in-stream water rights, as we're directed to do both by you and through statute. We have applied for in-stream water rights in the Goose and Summer Lake basins. That, of course, has been highly contentious. That is a nearly over-allocated system. The water users have a lot of questions, and we've had a lot of sessions working together to figure out what the best path forward. At the moment, our applications are on hold as we work on an agreement with Lake County and water users to reevaluate after a few years, after the county and water users have had some time to implement restoration actions in partnership with the department. Moving over to Summer Lake Wildlife Area. So this is a great story. Jason Journey is our wildlife area manager there. And if you haven't had the opportunity to go tour Summer Lake with Jason, I highly recommend it. Just what a wealth. And he stands on the shoulders of some great ODFW giants in managing that wildlife area. Summer Lake that whole landscape has seen a pretty significant decline in groundwater. We estimate something around 25% decline in spring output in the last 50 years, and it is a spring-fed system there with the Anna River. Because of that, previous wildlife area managers and now Jason saw this need to transition from managing permanent lake-based wetland systems to more of a seasonal wetland system where there is periodic wetting and drying. They invested quite a bit of time and planning, design, engineering, implementation, and funds from our Wildlife and Sportfish Restoration Program, our federal aid program, to build a system, a better water system, and a series of dikes so that now it's managed more as a number of seasonal wetlands. And so they rotate those wetland units throughout a seasonal drying, restoring, and flooding cycle, and match that up with the spring and fall migrations. And it allows them to do more with less water. And it's an adaptation we have had to make in response to a drier, warmer climate. But we are seeing benefits with it. We are seeing shorebirds, waterfowl, birders, and hunters all respond positively to this change in management. And it seems so far like it's a good strategy for resilience going forward. So we're pleased to highlight that. Another place where we're participating and where partnerships really are key is in the Chewaucan, as I was talking about Lake Abert just a couple slides ago. There is a new group that has come together, the Partnership for Lake Abert and the Chewaucan. This is a collaborative effort to address water management issues in Lake Abert and the Chewaucan River watershed. It includes tribes, ranchers, environmental groups, agencies, and local governments, and everyone is focused on the water needs for agriculture, communities, Lake Abert, and the larger wet meadow systems and the benefits for fish and wildlife. And so I thought Phil Milburn was in the audience. Maybe he's not. Phil Milburn usually sits at the table and participates in that for us. And we appreciate the opportunity to engage with stakeholders. And so that kind of brings me to this topic of win-wins. Really, I think you heard about this on the tour yesterday as well. When you can create wins for the agricultural community and for the people that live in the landscape, you have your greatest opportunity to create wins for fish and wildlife. And so one example of that is this need to retain the agricultural practice of flood irrigation, as opposed to transitioning to sprinkler systems. Emily told us about the importance of those seasonal wetlands for migratory birds. And so having these landscapes flood with water and spreading that water out across the landscape for migratory birds is really critical to maintaining the Pacific flyway patterns. You can do it in a way that supports hay and livestock production, but there are trade-offs. It's not as efficient. There is evaporation. There is loss, a water loss in the system when you use a flood irrigation method. So it matters what your goals are. It matters where you are. It matters what the needs of the operators are. But where we have the opportunity in the Klamath, the Goose, the Summer Lake basins, the Harney Basin, there are a lot of incentive programs, partnerships, and education going on about the importance of managing water through flood irrigation, as opposed to center pivot sprinkler irrigation. And it's really being promoted right now by a lot of federal and state agencies, conservation organizations, and landowners. In some places, though, it does make more sense to improve water efficiency and to allow agricultural expansion, and in that case, transitioning to a sprinkler system does make more sense. In other places, flood irrigation works well for the farm and allows us to mimic that seasonal wetland pattern. And then in other places, a hybrid approach may make more sense. I was just talking with NRCS about this yesterday, where you might do seasonal flooding in the spring and fall, but also then have a sprinkler system for conservation during those summer months that are outside of those peak migration periods. So all of those options are on the table. And I didn't switch to my next slide, so you didn't get to enjoy that awesome photo, but we'll keep going here. Of course, all these presentations, we really try to highlight the challenges and opportunities that we have in these systems. There's a lot we don't know about bird migration, patterns of use, their responses to changes on the landscape. Emily spoke to quite a bit of that. There's also a lot we don't know about water budgets, water balance, and patterns of connectivity between the groundwater and the surface water. And so there's a lot of uncertainty in these systems. We don't know we have some sense through climate models for what we think the trend will be, continuing to get warmer and drier, but there is still a lot of uncertainty. And there are a lot of data gaps. And then with those data gaps are also just the capacity gaps in trying to have enough boots on the ground to really understand and fill those data gaps. So those are all, of course, challenges that we do the best we can and prioritize resources to fill those gaps and address that challenge. The other one that, of course, can't go unmentioned is just the increasing demand for water. What you do in the Christmas Valley and Fort Rock area affects what happens at Summer Lake. And so as communities grow, as needs grow, as water availability declines, it's just going to be an increasing challenge that hopefully we can rise to the occasion, but it's certainly something that I think everyone obviously recognizes. As far as opportunities, as we saw yesterday as well, boy, restoration momentum really feels like it's increasing. It really feels like people are coming to the table. It really feels like there are strong and growing partnerships in this geography. And of course, unprecedented funding with the federal bipartisan infrastructure legislation and the Inflation Reduction Act. And people really are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. So lastly, last slide here is just takeaways. If there were one takeaway that I'd hope you leave with, it's just the critical importance of these high desert wetlands and thinking about them in sort of that global context of the role that they play in the Pacific Flyway for migratory birds on an international scale. And so as we're making plans, as we're prioritizing, and as we're managing, we have to be considering things from multiple scales, from the individual wetland and landowner all the way up to the flyway. Another takeaway is that people are absolutely critical to success in these systems. we aren't in a place where you manage your fish and wildlife habitat separately from the coexistence of people on this landscape. They're very much, it's an interwoven fabric. And I think the more we acknowledge that and support that, the more successful we will be. Water solutions require everyone to be at the table. I think the Shiwakan Collaborative is a perfect example of that. And in order for us to move forward with our goals of having secure water for the future of fish and wildlife, it's absolutely important that all the stakeholders and affected parties be at the table with us. We're also finding that returning to natural function, like those flood irrigated systems, is probably the best form of resiliency. There is no cookbook for what does it mean to create a resilient landscape. But I think what we're finding time and time again is that if you mimic the natural function of the system, you probably have your best chance of providing a resilient system for going forward. And again, just that those win-wins for working lands and wildlife are the key. With that, I think that concludes our very quick but important climate report for you this month, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Chair Wall. I appreciate greatly having this report. I've asked for it many, many times, I think in many, many ways, particularly, and it's particularly important in this region that we're in, because I think, you know, when we look at things landscape level and we look at things broader as we're all trying to do, when 60,000 or 80,000, however many thousand salmon die, it's front page news above the fold. We talk about it for 25 years like it happened last week. When that many birds die, there's barely a blip. And that has happened in this region at least once. Now, I don't think it was in the areas that you discussed, but can you explain a little bit about what happened there and the potential for it, the very real potential for it to happen again?
Ooh, that's going to take me outside of my wheelhouse, and I would have to probably phone a friend from Wildlife Division to help me with that. But I can tell you that that's one of the critical reasons why monitoring is so important, so that we can pick up those events and also pick up the trends. I mean, there's a lot of factors that contribute to a die-off event, and it's usually disease related, but water quality will be a contributing factor in some of those significant die-off events. What we see more often with the decline in water in these wetland systems is just declines in returns. So it may not be like a mortality event where we literally have the animals in hand, but what we'll see and what we have been seeing for shorebirds in particular are these, you know, sometimes 10% declines in returns within just a couple of years. And that has been the pattern for the last decade or 2 decades, especially for shorebirds. So that's why that monitoring is so critical. And again, it's usually multivariate. It's water quality, it's water availability, it's disease, as we know with these colonial birds. Sometimes things like botulism can really wipe out a seasonal migration in quick order.
I think what I'm getting at is, it, like you said, it's multimodal, like you're describing, and it is also, like, I guess, related to the win-win that you're describing, because what I'm thinking about specifically is the refugees get the water last, and so
yeah,
what happened in that scenario that I'm thinking of, and in fact, it can potentially happen again, is we turned, you know, the Everglades of the West became a mud puddle, basically. So meaning the wildlife area didn't get any water. And so a lake was a mud puddle.
Mm-hmm.
The ducks came along, stirred up the botulism, and by the tens of thousands died. Again, that can happen again. Given the things that we learned about all day yesterday,
right,
about the system and who gets water when and what right to this, that, you know, all of that. So I guess are some of the things that we are working on, because that happened, as in fact it happened in Tule Lake. It can happen in some of the other things, but that's not any of the things that you discussed. So I'm just wondering, how are we looking at this in a larger level, or are we?
I think I did discuss to a certain extent. So by measuring the water and understanding the water budgets for these systems, we can have a more informed conversation when we are at the table with all of the water users. And I think it then informs, you know, it allows us to make sure that Fish and Wildlife, who can't speak for themselves at those collaborative tables, have a voice. If we understand what their needs are, if we collectively can agree that sustaining the migratory stopovers is important to us, then we can use that information and that data to be a part of those conversations, and we are.
I mean, so with the increased monitoring, like at least we'll be more aware and can predict.
We can
now.
have a more
kind of thing.
data-rich conversation, and instead of everyone kind of guessing and not really knowing what the needs are for all of these systems, including the refuge.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Sarah, I can jump in with more of the wildlife context if that's helpful.
Yes,
Um,
thanks.
I know with me online, you forget that your phone a friend is right next to you. So Commissioner King, thank you for bringing that up. Avian botulinum is a concern. And the die-off I think that you're referencing within the last couple of years is something that is something that we can anticipate happening again in the future. And you're right, we didn't mention it, we didn't talk about it. And I think what that points to is there are a lot of factors at play. There are a lot of things that we're concerned about. And if the blip of thousands of birds dying off because we're seeing less water in the landscape and an increase in a naturally occurring toxin isn't coming to the top, that really points to this is a huge issue. And so there are a lot of things at play. How do we navigate that? How do we get the information that we need to supply to decision makers to get water where we need it? It's a huge challenge. We don't have a solution. A lot of the solutions are going to be in Sarah's wheelhouse. And so collaborating with Habitat Division and understanding how we can get data on wetland use by birds into the hands of her shops so that we can advocate for things like water rights for wildlife. That's important. How do we advocate for these birds? How do we make an argument that's effective? Because you're right, this is a huge concern. We're losing thousands of birds and up to I think 65% decline in one species over the last 10 years. It's scary, and we're seeing impacts that we can't predict. And so a lot of work needs to be done, and a lot of investment needs to be done, and advocating for more resources with us and with partners to get the information we need to make sure that we're making the right decisions.
Thanks, Emily. Very helpful.
I'm going to break in, if that's okay, Chair Wall. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to do the shout from the outer world here. I am cognizant of what a busy day we have. But of course, this topic is a passionate one for me. There are a variety of things, as we know, going on in these systems, but we have to start looking at them as interconnected systems. In the Klamath, it is not just about why Tule Lake Refuge and birds didn't get water. It's also a complex conversation about endangered fish and in the lake and salmon, just like the conversation we had yesterday, refuges with very, very junior water rights that don't get water. It's a conversation about the realities of drought and a need for us to not immediately begin pointing fingers, because some of the, this horrible drought that we went through and are just emerging from in the last 5 years had a significant impact on everyone. And I don't care what kind of a manager you are, when you don't have any water, things start to get pretty tight. So unless we begin investing our time in these collaborative approaches to these issues, I can guarantee you we will continue to lose on all fronts. And in the Klamath especially, the refuges will lose, and they will lose to endangered fish, because that's what's happening today. So unless we look collectively at both the water right holders who are senior water right holders, and that is not always just agriculture, right? In the Klamath, that's tribes. So we we have to get smarter about how we look at these things and not pretend like we're just looking at a bird and a refuge. We are looking at systems, water catchment from the top to the ocean. So we talked about that a lot yesterday, but that's how we unlock these things. And it's exciting and possible. We need to prepare for rain. Every raindrop, every bit of moisture that comes, we need a plan for. We need to capture it in healthy uplands and healthy systems that we create. So that's my lecture. And I love this topic, Sarah, and thank you, Emily, and I will go off. I'll mute myself.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. I'd like to add a couple comments as well. I think that the way you described things, Sarah, and the way we heard it from Commissioner Hatfield Hyde as well, really drives home a whole bunch of the pieces, and I'm not going to repeat them. But clearly everybody's got to be at the table. And the question at the end of the day, with all of these things that we're trying to balance and find new ways to deal with. And we'll hear about another one, the adaptive management that the fish folks, the fall Chinook folks are working on. We'll hear about that today. At the end of the day, are people on the ground or in those meetings on energy development or local land use, whatever those things are where these play out, how does our information, like what Emily's working on and you're working on, how does that get translated? Because it has to happen fairly fast. And there's research, there's uncertainty that keeps mounting. How are we adapting to that within the agency to really translate this information and support the bios that are at the table, or the NRS 3s and 4s that are usually at those tables?
Yeah, Chair Wall, thank you for that question. We are trying to very conscientiously work on our internal and external communication and storytelling as this information starts to emerge. We have started to have these meetings between, for example, Emily's Wildlife Diversity Program and Spencer Sawaski's Water Program, and talking about how historically, for example, all of our in-stream water right applications were completely focused on fish needs. Statute says, focus on fish, but there's a whole story there about the importance of these systems for migratory birds that we just shared with you. And so how do we begin to bring that information into our applications for in-stream water rights and to the table, and make sure that our biologists are aware of all those different talking points that they have in their toolkit for when they're participating in those collaboratives. So, even just the preparation of this presentation, we even remarked about how, look at Habitat and Wildlife Division, like working together on these, delivering these stories and delivering these messages. So I think it's happening. I think it takes conscious effort to make sure that you are connecting the science with the folks on the ground, and that you break out of any silo that might be there so that you can be as effective as possible. I wish that the collection and analysis of information moved as quickly as it needs to. I think the speed of the decision making is faster than the speed of the science, and that's we know that story well.
Thank you. Didn't think it was going to be easy, but sir, just one second, Sarah. Yeah. I think we're going to have to just hold off a little and finish this one.
It's summer latest water.
Could you know what? I will give you the 3 minutes during public forum and let you just come up to the table, introduce yourself, and present for 3 minutes during public forum. And that's coming up soon. So if we could just finish this one, and your time will come in just a few minutes. Thank you. And I think proving, I think, your point and the other one about how critical these are for the communities that are living next to all of these places. So we will hear from you again if we could. So I think that's it for the questions. Do you have anything else for?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and Emily. So let's go, Director, to temporary rules.
Yes, commissioners, in your materials, you have 11 temporary rules for your consideration today. Happy to answer any. Majority of these relate to in-season management of the Columbia River.
Yes. Commissioners, any questions or is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to ratify the 11 temporary rules set forth on June 14th, 2024 agenda.
I'll second.
I'll second.
It's been moved and then seconded twice to ratify the 11 temporary rules as it was just read into the record. Let's have a thumb vote on this one, please, commissioners. It looks unanimous, Michelle, and we will move then to Exhibit A, which is the minutes. Commissioners, are there questions? And we have 3 sets of minutes you need to mention when we do get to the motion. We have from April 19th, May 3rd, and then of course the May 10th meeting. So any questions on the minutes? Commissioner Spellbrink.
No, I'm just going to make the motion. I move to approve the April 19th, May 3rd, and May 10th, 2024 meeting minutes, and with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the April 19th, May 3rd, and May 10th, 2024 meetings as we're adding to the record. Those in favor, commissioners, could we do another thumb vote on this one? And it's unanimous. Thank you. And so, Ken Loftlink, will you come back up for Exhibit B and the budget?
Yep, Mary.
You're right.
We need to
jumped.
do commission
Yep.
updates, other business.
I keep doing that because I'm looking at them. Yes. See what happens when you get lost on the way to the meeting. Under commission business first, let's do that one. Yeah. That is added. And you could, we need the list to a public forum. It's on there. Yeah. Okay.
In-person, online. In-person.
Got it. One thing I want to mention is that we had a petition, and I'll turn to legal counsel in just a minute. We have a petition to initiate rulemaking on one of the tribal memorandums of agreement. And we will do that in August, just so the commissioners know. And I'll look to legal counsel for anything else to add or say on that one.
I think the only addition is just to make clear that we've received 4 rulemaking petitions, and they're from the Yakima Nation, the Umatilla tribe, the Warm Springs tribe, and the Nez Perce tribe. And so each of those petitions is requesting the repeal or amendment of the administrative rule that incorporates the MOA with the Grand Ronde, and that each of the 4 petitions will be considered together because they're basically the same at that August meeting. So,
And August works for those.
yes.
Yep. And I see no questions on that. So we will go to public forum. And I'll see that. We have fewer than usual people signed up for this, and we do have the third person who just spoke. The first 2 are Dave Gerard and David Moskowitz. And so one of those is in the room, correct, Michelle?
Expecting to be in person. Yes.
Do we have either David Gerard or David Moskowitz online?
This is David Moskowitz.
Go ahead, Dave, and if you will take 3 minutes, please, and introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you very much, Chair Wall. My name is David Moskowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Conservation Angler. We're a wild fish and wild rivers organization, advocacy organization. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify during the public comment period. It's a valuable way of engagement for the public to speak to the commission. I'm terribly sorry not to be with you and not to be in Commissioner Hatfield Hyde's kind of home territory. down the Klamath. That was a real missed opportunity, but it was just impossible to come down. Also like to welcome Director Colbert on her first meeting, and congratulations. I've sent in a short 2-pager for you to consider afterwards, but I just want to call your attention to the hatchery assessment and review that's going on that the department is undertaking based on a budget note in your 2023-25 biennial budget. This is a critical opportunity to look at a really important piece of Oregon infrastructure, not just the departments, but for the state. With hatcheries all over the state, we've had a 150-year investment in this system, and it's challenged by climate change. It's challenged by just falling apart because it's old, and it's challenged by the need to change practices to make sure we don't lose wild salmon and steelhead populations. The staff is working hard on it. They're about to engage the public during the course of this coming summer. But just to highlight a couple of things we hope you will do in addition. One, we just hope that you will really take this seriously. We believe that you should be receiving reports from staff on a monthly basis on the progress here. It's a very important opportunity, and the legislature gave the department $1 million to do this. We need to really focus in on it. It's as important as climate change reports that you receive at every meeting. We urge you to do that. We would also like to see the department, when the final draft report is prepared for the legislature, we believe that the agency should seek outside independent peer review of the study and the results. We'd like them to build that into the timeline. And if you need to get more time before you report to the legislature, our organization, and I'm sure others, would urge the legislature to consider giving the department more time to conduct that third-party peer review. This is just a critical piece. There's a bunch of material in my little 2-pager, and I'm going to quit now because I think I have not quite hit my deadline of 3 minutes, and trying to break old patterns. And thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions. Again, sorry not to be there in person.
Thank you, David, and congratulations on meeting the time. I appreciate it very much. Is Dave Gerard available online yet?
He was going to be here in person.
Okay, then could we go to Tom McDonald, and you'll have, if you'll come to the table and introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes, if you will. Just make sure it shows red at the bottom of that. Got it.
My name's Tom McDonald from Desert Springs Trout Farm, Summer Lake, Oregon. We have the most unique water source in the United States. Our water's all artesian. It comes out of the ground at 59 degrees, never changes temperature. We raise over 700,000 pounds of trout a year. We sell to the Shoshone Paiutes, the Coeur d'Alene tribe. We do all the eastern Sierras and trophy trout. The Shoshone Paiutes were taking trout 13 to 17 pounds for their fishing over there. Nobody came and talked to me about water. This is a well I just put in 2 months ago. It's 2,750 gallons a minute at 5 pounds of pressure coming out of the ground. That spot that we sit on is not connected to anything else in Summer Lake. It's a fault line that runs down through. The water comes out. You'd have to walk on the ground to see it. Then it disappears and it never shows up any place around. And clean water and aquaculture and birds is critical. We flood our lower end of the ranch. We have thousands of birds come in there. I had the Warm Spring tribes talk to us about piping our excess water to Abert Lake. But I sit here and listen to these people talk. We're right there at Summer Lake. Nobody even come and talk to us, looked at anything we do. Like I said, we have water rights for 32 cubic feet a second of water. And we've got about 4 more wells of this volume to put in. Every well that we have put in, we have 10 wells. Not one has an effect on the other. It never changes the volume that keeps coming out of the ground right there.
there are people, thank you for your comments. There are people in the room that we would recommend that you connect with before you leave because to talk to. So
Thank you.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. And so that is the end of public forum. And I believe that now I'm at the right time to call up Ken Laughlin.
Chair Wall, are we doing a waffle update at all?
I'll do it later.
Okay.
Good morning again. For the record, Ken Lopping, Acting Deputy Director for Administration, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert. Very happy to be here to talk about and present our 25-27 agency request budget. Just like the budget development process, our presentation is going to be a group effort. I'm going to kick things off, do a little introduction, and then hand it off to my colleagues, the division administrators, to talk about the specifics of the budget and how it impacts their divisions. But I will go ahead and start things off. Hey, there we go. And I'll start things off with just a simple question, and it's very simply, what is ARB? What is that? ARB is a lot of things. It's a series of complex entries into the state budget system. It is comprised of revenue, expenditures, staff. There's a whole bunch of components that feed into it, but I'm going to try to break it down very simply for today's presentation. Our ARB, what we're requesting approval of, is the agency's budget expenditure limitation for 25-27. So it's how much money we can spend in the biennium broken down by fund type. And then further, how we get there is comprised of our current service level budget plus our policy option packages minus reductions. So it's complex, but we'll try to simplify it as much as possible for this exercise, and we focus on that. A lot of attention is going to be garnered on fees and all that, and we are proposing, as you'll see today, a fee increase for commercial and recreational licenses. But the important thing to recognize is our fees are set through a legislative process, and really this is just step one of that. We're proposing that these fee increases, and those will go forward through separate processes. What's important to recognize as far as our fees and what that means for ARB is that the expenditure limitation that we're requesting approval for is really based on the revenue that we're projected to get from our fee increase. So just a couple just things to keep in mind as we're moving through this process. Key information you'll find in your packets. Policy option packages are attachment 3. Revenues and expenditures are in attachment 2. Our proposed license fee adjustments are in attachment 4. And then reduction options are in attachment 5. I also want to note that the reductions options listed in attachment 5 aren't exactly what we are proposing. Those are the 10% reductions across fee types that we have to do as part of our budget package. So those are summarized there. But the reductions that we are proposing as part of our ARB are within that 10%. So it's not the entire 10%, but there's elements of that, and we'll get into that as we get into the presentation. So principles for developing a budget. So it's hard work, but there's things that we strive to do, and that's continually assess our programs, look to improve our programs, ensure that we have the resources to meet our demands, develop a sustainable budget, strive to be sensitive to cost to our customers, and provide transparency throughout the process. In addition, I wanted to recognize that for 2025 and 2020, the 25-27 budget, this is a new process for state agencies, and that's not it's not a negative, it's not a positive, it's just recognition that it was brand new for us, and there's challenges associated with that. We also, in this budget, in this ARB budget building process, we really had some limitations placed upon us for what we could request through our policy option packages. So specifically for general fund, we were limited to just 1% of our 23-25 general fund budget. So we had to be really strategic with how we went about requesting general fund policy option packages. And we were also really limited in what we could pursue for other fund packages. All this led us to be really creative and nimble and flexible in our approach when building the budget. And we'll see that played out. We did things like technical adjustments, fund shifts, and everything in between to meet our priority needs, while also recognizing we can't just go and request it all from the legislature. And then also just wanted to point out that Our POPs and our budget have been incrementally reviewed throughout the process by our CFO's office as well as the governor's natural resource office. So what we have today has been vetted and approved by those folks. And I'm hoping my voice doesn't go. I'm already starting to feel it, but we're going to power through and be fine. Yeah. Oh, I'm good if I need it. So also wanted to remind the budget development timeline. So budget, we have it starting here April 4th. I mean, the budget development really started months before that internally. April 4th was our first public engagement meeting. From there, I just want to highlight stakeholder engagement, and that's something we just put ongoing, and that's continuing to go on. Within that, we've met with commercial fisheries industries at 3 separate meetings, several meetings with one-on-one meetings with our stakeholder groups and various fishing and industry groups. All across the board, we've really tried to keep our stakeholders apprised of what's going on with our budget development process. And like I said, that's going to continue to move forward. It's going to be ongoing even as we get to an approved ARB. We had our second public engagement meeting in May 16th, and then highlighted today is Fish and Wildlife Commission approval of our ARB. And also wanted to recognize this is just step 1 of our budget development process for 25-27. Once we receive approval, we're going to take all those components, enter them into the state budget system, and then it goes to the governor's office basically in late August. The governor then takes it, does what she does, and creates a governor's recommended budget before session, likely in December of 2024. Then it goes to the legislature, and we'll get, at the end of the legislative session, a legislatively approved budget. So just recognition that this is an important step, but it's just a step, the first step in many, and lots of things could change. And we want to note through this process that fish and wildlife management is complex. We all know from all the various topics that you get to hear up on this venue, it's a very complex and exciting place to be. We have diverse fish, diverse wildlife, diverse habitats, diverse people, and diverse values. And the key here is we want it all. We want to please everybody. We wanted every pop under the sun. We wanted to keep all our programs whole. We don't want to raise fees, but the reality is, given the different drivers and pressures on what we do, we can't have it all. So we had to be really strategic when we built our budget. Try to keep costs low while also maintaining adequate revenue to operate. And we're really trying our best to meet all the various needs that there are across the state. It's a challenging endeavor, but we think we've struck a good balance with this budget to try to do that. And then also, I just wanted to do a nod to our partners, Oregon State Police in the back of the room, and the great work they do for fish and wildlife enforcement. And just a reminder that not only in ARB are we funding our budget, we're funding another agency's budget with the Fish and Wildlife Division of Oregon State Police. So decisions we make here also impacts Oregon State Police's ability to enforce the fish and wildlife laws on the ground. And mostly want to call that out and just recognize the good work that they do on the ground every day. So with that intro in mind, how we went about building the 25-27 budget is really thinking, even in this cost-constrained environment, it was important for the agency to be forward-thinking. So we really focused on 3 things: support of species resiliency in the face of climate change and all those different pressures that are going on in the landscape, land and energy development. That was a key facet of our budget development. The ability to manage effectively in the face of increasing complexity, just managing fish and wildlife with all the complexity, we needed to continue to do that. And then ensuring resiliency in our agency operations. So these are the 3 tenets that we utilized when building our budget. All right, nuts and bolts now. So actual building the budget. Like I said in my introductory slide, we start with the current service level budget. So current service level budget is very simply our permanently funded programs plus an inflationary factor. So we take all the good investments that we've received in past legislative sessions that are permanent, move them forward to the next biennium and add an inflationary factor to make sure that we can have the operating capital to continue to perform those programs. So that's fairly simple. It's just what we're doing now, move forward, doesn't include POPs, doesn't include reductions. It's just our current service level plus some inflation. So once we have that, we start to look at our ability to build on CSL. Like I said, POPs is the main way with investments that we can build on CSL. And just want to call out that for this year, like I said, general fund, we're unlikely to be allocated more than 1%. Oh, thank you. So 1%. So 1% of our general fund budget for 23-25 amounts to about $700,000. So it's not a lot. So we prioritized our main POPs to meet that $700,000 limit, but I'll also say through some creative work and some work with our governor's office and CFO's office, we got the approval to enter more than that. So even though we were limited to 1%, just want to say, as you'll see, we have more than that in there, and we're happy to be able to do that. Other considerations to build on CSL is our revenue. So our last legislatively approved fee increase was in the 2015 legislative session, which include rolling increases in 2016, licensure 2018, and licensure 2020. So our last fee increase from a revenue perspective was felt in 2020. And as you can see from the graph, from 2020 to now, our revenues from fishing and hunting licenses are relatively flat. And so that's just a consideration as we're looking at what we can expend in a budget, is the recognition that we've been largely flat for the last 4 years. And then with that, and thinking about a flat revenue, there's other impacts on the agency that are outside of our control that have had a tremendous impact. One, we're all feeling the impacts of this in our personal lives, is inflation. So huge amount of inflation just the last couple of years. We have the graph up there showing the CPI inflation year after year. I'll just key in on 2020, which was the last year of our last fee increase, to now. For those 4 years, we've had 19% inflation. So just, if we go back to 2015, it's 34% cumulative inflation on cost of operations. So just a tremendous impact to the cost of doing business from inflation, and specifically the last 4 years, which is problematic when we have flat revenue. Other factors that are out of our control is personal services. So personal services is the most important thing of our agency, is the staff that are doing the work on the ground. Incredibly important, but it's also recognition that as those costs go up, those are driven by other drivers outside of our control, union contracts, economic drivers, things like that. The cost of personal services goes up. We pay our staff. It's outside of our control what those actual costs are, and we're seeing those costs continue to go up year after year. And then lastly, there's a series of things that we pay for just for the right to be a state agency, and we call those state government service charges. They range from paying to be insured, state insurance fund, money that goes to fund CFO, LFO, the state human resources office, state procurement office, basically money that goes to fund DAS, pays for Secretary of State. All those things we lump into government service charges. The graph in front of you presents what those biennial state government service charges are each biennium. You can see a huge increase here the last several biennia, and we're now projected in 25-27 to have about $19 million in state government service charges. Again, those are out of our control, but just recognition that's a huge pot of money to do that. In addition to those, there's other costs. I'll highlight DOJ costs. I mentioned that managing fish and wildlife in Oregon is very complex, and with that, is just we need help from our friends at DOJ sometimes. And we love Aaron and Annika, but they are expensive, and those costs keep going up. And so I think in 5-6 years ago, Fish Division, DOJ, I'll highlight Fish Division because those are where we have most of the ESA issues. DOJ costs were about $600,000, and this year we're forecasted to go over $1 million just in DOJ charges. So again, it's just a recognition of it's costly to do business. In addition to the inflationary factors, fish food, incredibly important for our hatchery fish, has risen. The cost of fish food has risen about 20% each biennium the last several years. So just tremendous uplift on some of the costs that we really we have to do it. So with that all in mind, with so many elements out of the agency's control, we really look to balance conservation and opportunity with our budget and leverage the areas that we do have control on. So this is going to be a theme throughout. The areas we do have control of are program reductions, assess our programs, modify position duties and authorities, and find where we can reduce costs while still meeting the demands of the agency and our customers. Adjust fees, increase revenue, so we have more operating capital to do the good things that we want to strive out to do. And then program investments. Those are our policy option packages. Where do we want to strategically invest in our programs to meet these changing needs and meet the priorities of the agency? And with that, I'll hand off presentation to my colleagues, starting with Fish Division. Oh, yeah.
You have one question first.
So first of all, I want to congratulate you, Ken, on your promotion, and I also want to give you condolences because you've been now thrust into the 25-27 budget all at once.
Thank you.
But I do want to, as the rest of the commission knows, I have a pet peeve about acronyms. So it's, in my opinion, it's really important. I think we all understand the acronyms, but the public doesn't. So ARB is agency request budget. I don't think you actually said that, but agency request budget. CSL is current service level. So when he says CSL, POP is program option package.
Policy option package.
DAS is Department of Administrative Services, and DOJ stands for Department of Justice. So if you, I know you're new, so if you could just make sure that we understand the acronyms, but the public may not. So if you use an acronym, define it once, and then everybody will know what you're talking about.
Can do.
So, yeah, you're welcome.
Got some new technology up here. All right. Well, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert, I'm Mike Harrington. I'm the Fish Division Administrator, and just want to start by thanking you, Ken. I think you did a really good job of describing Fish Division's budget and our ending balance and what's causing those gaps. And so that's going to give me a better chance to focus on some other things that we do, how we're using our funding, and some of our accomplishments and what we plan to do from here forward. All right, just figuring this out here. So I know that you all know that we're the stewards of Oregon's fisheries, but I wanted to throw this slide in here just as a simple opportunity to kind of provide some context and remind you guys that we do a lot more than just manage trout and salmon, which is really our most charismatic species that everybody seems to think about. We also manage non-game species like bass and walleye, non-game species like Pacific lamprey. We also dabble in sea lions, and we manage razor clams, Dungeness crab, and much more. And it takes a complex budget to do all of that. With federally owned dams requiring federal mitigation and a large number of federally listed species that we manage, a majority of our budget is actually federal. So about 60% of the Fish Division budget is federal money. We have a small portion that comes from the general fund and commercial fees, and then license fees round us out at about 21% of our budget. Our federal dollars are for very specific contract elements. So that means that we can't use them to backfill in areas where we may have shortages. And in fact, in some occasions, it actually goes the other direction. We've seen federal contracting requirements just grow and grow while those funding packages stagnate and often decrease. And so sometimes we're forced to backfill things that we feel are important with license dollars or other options there. And with our current budget, and we don't really see backfilling as being an option for much longer. And so there's going to be some things that we're going to start to see that just don't get done. And budget's not our only challenge. I think the changing environment is going to challenge us through the next biennium and into the future to ensure that our fish populations are resilient, the effects of renewable energy are minimal, and our hatchery infrastructure is efficient and sustainable, and our management is adaptive to rapidly changing fisheries. But despite all these challenges, there's a lot of good work in our division in here, and I want to sandwich in some positives here between the negatives. Okay. And the first thing I want to highlight is healthy natural production. I can't reiterate enough how important it is to have healthy natural production in our systems. Abundant wild fish populations are the foundation of healthy fisheries and opportunity. Without them, even our hatchery fisheries are constrained. So our staff are working on multiple fronts to ensure that populations are more resilient to invasive species and changing climate. And over the last few years, we've worked closely with our partners, and we've had some significant success, including the beginning of the Klamath Dam removals, the Columbia Basin Restoration Agreement, and some historic fish passage efforts and some access efforts. These and other wins are starting to pay dividends on the health of some of our wild populations, and I think coast coho are a perfect example of that. They were on the ropes back in the 90s. We were seeing about 30,000 of them coast-wide and now even during poor ocean conditions. We've seen highs of around 300,000 coho and fisheries that are starting to expand. And so we're also seeing success with coastal winter steelhead. This year we saw very high returns coast-wide and in the lower Columbia. And these runs have shown some remarkable resilience, bouncing back quickly from the impacts of poor ocean conditions. The Clackamas and Sandy are also outstanding examples of success because of habitat and the fish passage work we've been doing. And these populations in these basins continue to break records for returns as well. And if you really want to contrast the situation we have in Oregon with what we're seeing in California, Washington, even in Alaska and British Columbia, I think it highlights that our people are really doing a pretty good job. And despite a lot of significant challenges with infrastructure and funding, we're even making progress in our hatcheries. Trout is one of our most popular products, with about 70% of our anglers fishing for trout. So we've responded by refining our trout production, and that includes implementation of our trophy trout program, which is providing anglers with unique harvest opportunities. And we've even had infrastructure success. We've been working hard to upgrade infrastructure with over $20 million invested in several of our facilities on the coast. For example, we've got the new trap and weir complex at Three Rivers. And I know some of you visited Trask Hatchery a couple meetings ago. And we've also been shoring up our water supply and infrastructure at facilities coast-wide and at select interior facilities. And in a similar vein, we've also been pushing hard with our constituents to ensure that our federal partners are investing in the facilities they own. And this is an example where I think, we really need to give some credit to the work that Debbie and Sean have been doing too, along with the partners, is down at Cold Rivers, because we're inside of restoring that facility to full capacity. We're seeing investments in the Willamette hatcheries, and on the near horizon, there's several upgrades to critical infrastructure in our Columbia hatcheries through the Inflation Reduction Act. And that being said, the critical infrastructure does face many challenges, and one of the highest priorities in the next year will be to chart a path to a system that's sustainable and can meet the growing demands that we have on us. And we'll be pushing hard and working hard with all of you and the constituents in the room to seek funding to implement enhancements that are needed. So all of that said, we want to continue on a positive path because I think we're doing a good job. And if we're going to do that, though, we're going to need to make sure that we erase our impending budget deficit. And so to do that, we started working early this spring with a lot of focus groups to brainstorm ideas how to come up with a solution to the problem. And we learned quickly that addressing our budget gaps on the back of anglers is just not going to be an acceptable solution. And so we need to have somewhat of a diversified approach, which I think anybody in finance would agree with. And to do that, we need to be attracting other sources of funding. We need to increase our revenue where we will still seek somewhat of a modest fee increase. We have to consider reductions where we're going to have to cut the cost of operations by reducing program. And we're going to need to refocus and align some of the work that our programs do to attain these goals. So the first thing to consider here, oops, that didn't proceed for me, is funding diversification. So we're going to go hard for other funding sources, and that includes federal funds. And learning from Mark right here, you're going to see a few acronyms up here. We got FF, federal funds, GF, general funds, GFB, general fund bond, and OF, which is other funds here. And so on the federal fund, we want to pursue funding for the Klamath reintroduction and right-sizing the operational funding of federal hatcheries in the Columbia and Willamette. On the state side, we're proposing investments of a sustainable hatchery system with a large capital bonding package that will be put towards the priority projects that are identified during our review of the state facilities. We're seeking funds to enhance screening in the Klamath Basin to ensure successful reintroduction. We developed a proposal to create a wind energy coordinator position who will ensure the adequate mitigation and siting of the offshore wind projects. And we've already secured funding through an exceptions process to pay for inflation that we're experiencing in the hatchery program. Using the commercial fish fund, we'll be seeking approval for two purposes. And the first is for a position to lead the development and implementation of a conservation plan to reduce likelihood of marine entanglements and protect our state's most valuable commercial fishery, which is Dungeness crab fishery. And second, develop a program to monitor harmful marine algal blooms and reduce risk to public health and safety. And we're not just going to be looking to government dollars here. You know, hatcheries represent a very significant portion of our budget, and they're very critical to maintaining opportunity, and they're very important to the communities that they're in. So we're going to be exploring creative ways to fund them like we did it, like I mentioned earlier, at Trask, and to improve their sustainability and potentially developing some community reinvestment opportunities for large corporations and following models, like I just mentioned again, at Trask and Cedar Creek. So as I mentioned, part of this portfolio approach is still going to consider some looking at fee increases to increase revenue. And like I said, what we heard loud and clear is we cannot be a barrier to entrance into into fishing. So we also heard loud and clear from some of our more specialized anglers that their investments are in boats, their extensive gear collections, and gas. And a fishing license fee increase wasn't very consequential to them. Some of them were willing to pay some pretty substantial amounts to buy that fishing license every year. So what our strategy here is a more targeted approach where, you know, no increase on youth fees, a modest increase on the angling annual license, and a more targeted increase on things like the combined angling tag and out-of-state anglers. And so just for example, here in 2026, we would see a rise in our annual angling license from $44 to $50, and the combined angling tag would increase from $45 to $65. But like I said, you know, in order to keep this fee increase modest, we have to consider other things. And unfortunately, to get there, that does mean we have to consider a reduction in our program. And so we're looking at an $8 million reduction in program, which is not insignificant. So that means reductions to like closing select hatcheries, reducing monitoring in certain areas, enforcement through OSP, and in a lot of our management efforts. We also face a similar scenario on our commercial side, and I know we don't really talk about that too often, so I wanted to give you a little. Oh, I forgot to advance the slides. My goodness, my one opportunity to play with the remote control, and I'd give it up. All right, so I'm just give you a little bit of background on the commercial fish fund and our fee structure there. Participation in Oregon's commercial fisheries, it requires various types of department issued licenses and fees and permits that are purchased by fishermen and processing plants and buyers, just like the recreational guys pay. In addition, though, the sale of fish has a fee assessed against the purchase price. That's called an ad valorem fee that's paid by the buyers. So revenue from ad valorem and commercial license fees and permits are held in the ODFW Commercial Fish Fund. And this fund provides money for fishery management, research, and administrative services to the ODFW Marine Resources Program, Columbia River and Fish Division. And then Oregon State Police, of course, also receives some commercial fish funds to aid in the enforcement of commercial fisheries. Determining the commercial fish fund fee structure is more of a collaborative process with industry. And so we sat down with them and had a few meetings discussing, what would be an appropriate fee increase, and considering the inflationary expenses on the commercial fishing industry and the hits that their processors have recently taken. We weren't able to really agree to a substantial fee proposal here. So ad valorem rates and license and permit fees will increase incrementally, with an initial 12% increase in 2026, and then a 4% increase in 28 and 2030 through our proposal. And we had actually proposed initially some fee increases that were a fair bit higher. And so this fee increase is not going to be sufficient to maintain the program and services that we currently provide to the commercial fishing industry, unfortunately. So this means that we'll see a reduction of around $1 million in our marine program. So that's about $780,000 reduction in the commercial fish management and nearshore. We're going to lose capacity to monitor commercial fisheries, and it reduces our participation in nearshore management through things like the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and reduces our research abilities. We also see a reduction in support to Oregon State Police at around 91,000. And we're going to backfill about 245,000 of lost commercial contribution in shellfish with our shellfish license funds. And with that being said, I can answer some questions, or I can pass it on to our wildlife counterparts. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. I'm Bernadette Graham Hudson. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator. So the Wildlife Division stewards populations of mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians found in Oregon. This includes the commonly recognized elk and deer, as well as the more reclusive bats, small mammals, and carnivores. Bird species range from common waterfowl to unique songbirds and shorebirds that we heard about this morning. Oregon's reptiles and amphibians may also be less well known, but represent diverse and important ecological roles. So in Wildlife Division, we aim to use science-based management with a conservation focus consistent with the legislatively set state wildlife policy to prevent serious depletion of our native wildlife. We look to manage wildlife for optimum recreation and aesthetic benefits, so we place importance on our work to connect people with nature, and that includes various types of outdoor recreation. We manage for strong and resilient populations, which is critical as wildlife and their habitats are impacted more and more by climate change. We proactively manage wildlife health and disease and combat the establishment of invasive species. We understand we can't be successful on our own, so we actively engage with a wide range of partners. We engage our stakeholders, and we value the assistance that we provide to them and the partnerships we have with Oregon's private landowners. So as we reviewed the Wildlife Division budget and potential scenarios that we were considering in this upcoming planning horizon, we had several goals. These include being able to maintain our core programs, to support our current wildlife management and the services that we provide to our partners. We saw the importance of addressing emerging wildlife health threats, including that of chronic wasting disease, which has recently been now detected in 2 neighboring states, both Idaho and California. Overall, we want to make sure we have the capacity to support our species resiliency efforts, especially in the face of a changing climate and population growth, both which add increasing management complexity. So we have the 3 levers that Ken and Mike described that we can adjust in our budget development. So those include our program investments or our policy option packages, POPs, our fee adjustments, and then potential program reductions. So we've done some preliminary outreach similar to Fish Division to get feedback on our initial concepts. And we really value the feedback we got from our partners in that. It was very helpful in developing our kind of preferred scenario that I'll walk through. So first, talking about those program investments or POPs, we're proposing those investments across a variety of fund types, trying to diversify. And these packages, as Ken mentioned, are built assuming the revenues that would be generated through a fee adjustment that I'll talk about in a minute. So the first two proposals were originally proposed on general fund, but with the general fund limitation that Ken mentioned, we did scale these back and also shift them to other fund. So the Wildlife Health or CWD policy option package is now proposed on license fund. And we adjusted that to include 1 permanent position in our health lab and 8 seasonals for 4 months for each year. So that would really be, those seasonals would really be focused on the core months for collecting samples for CWD detection. The wildlife diversity package includes 2 additional field conservation biologists and 1 herpetologist, and that will build our capacity to address some of the issues that were described this morning and increase our capacity for sensitive species projects, prevent future listings, and really provide some amphibian and reptile expertise where we've seen some listing proposals recently. And because of the work that those folks would do and how closely it ties to the elements of the Monsanto settlement, we're proposing those from other fund Monsanto funds. The next 2 packages were initially removed given that general fund limitation, but as Ken mentioned, we were able to get more than that $700,000 included. So we've added those back and we have scaled them back a bit. So those include the wildlife coexistence package, which will include 3 field wildlife coexistence biologists, and then $200,000 in grant funding for wildlife rehabbers. So both of those components are reduced from the original package. And then we also removed the communications campaign from the funding for that. And then the second package is our wolf program implementation, which now just includes pass-through funding for wildlife services to assist our staff in wolf plan implementation. We are proposing to increase our capacity in both habitat and wildlife divisions through a mitigation and climate resiliency POP. That will bring in new funds from PR, Pittman Robertson, federal funds, and some shifting of positions between the 2 divisions. And then finally, we have 2 funding neutral proposals. One is the Hunt by Reservation program. That's a program that we had previously contracted out, and now we'll be bringing that back in-house. And that program addresses damage by pairing hunters and landowners. And then we have an invasive species package that will increase our staffing capacity to provide additional focus on aquatic invasive species and potential threats from quagga and zebra mussels. So looking at the 3 levers that we can use in our budget development, we're not proposing any program reductions at this time, but we're looking to maintain our core programs. As I described in the last slide, we're looking at new investments from a variety of funding sources. The only new license program that we're proposing is that wildlife health package. And we are pursuing a fee adjustment that will support those rising costs of current service level that Ken described, as well as to accommodate that wildlife health package. So a little more detail on what we're proposing. The fee adjustment that we're considering generally includes a 12% increase across products in the first biennium, followed by an 8% increase in the second, and an 8% increase in the third biennium. And that would include both resident and non-resident products. And then similar to Fish Division, we're also doing a specific product review and targeting some products to either increase more or keep at the same level. So for example, we are maintaining the cost of a youth license at $10. That's the point of entry, and we think that's important to maintain at a low cost. Another example, a resident hunting license would increase between $3 and $4 per biennium, so a total of about $11 increase across the 6-year planning horizon. The scenario would result in approximately a $10 increase in deer tag and a $15 increase in elk tag in that same time frame. And then another example, the controlled hunt application increase, we would increase to $10 in the first biennium and then $1 in the subsequent 2 biennia. So ending at $12 in 2030. So as I said, we're not proposing any reductions at this time, but if we're unsuccessful in getting a fee adjustment, we would consider opportunities to reduce starting in the next biennium. So our license funds support our core programs, including most of the staff, including our field staff across the state, our wildlife division staff and headquarters, as well as provide matching funds for our Pittman-Robertson grants that fund our wildlife areas and our wildlife research programs. So those are the things that we would be looking at if we had to consider a program reduction in the future. And that could impact some of our core services that we provide to our constituents. So that's my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions before turning it to Habitat Division.
Okay, I'm back. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission. Again, I am Sarah Reif, the Habitat Division Administrator. Let's see here. So a little bit of a different story here for Habitat Division as compared to what you just heard from Fish and Wildlife Divisions and their proposals for fee increases. As you know, Habitat Division does not rely on hunting and fishing license revenue, but rather operates almost entirely on general fund, dedicated and obligated other funds, such as cost recovery from other agencies when they request our review of their regulatory permits, and grant program funds. These revenue streams are more subject to fluctuations in Oregon's economy, fluctuations in public support, and we don't have those fee increase levers that we can pull on the way Fish and Wildlife Divisions do. I think as for Habitat Division's story, the last 3 years of context is pretty important. Remember that we're relatively new. We were recreated by legislature in 2021 at the encouragement of our partners and out of the recognition of the important role that healthy and abundant habitats play in sustaining healthy and abundant fish and wildlife populations. Purpose of Habitat Division is to lead proactive, focused, and consistent efforts to protect, restore, and enhance habitat for Oregon's fish and wildlife. We've talked about this a lot, but having productive, connected habitats on our lands ensures that wildlife can migrate, meet their breeding and wintering needs, and provide recreational opportunity for our communities. And having cool, clean water ensures that fish can remain resilient to a warming climate and increase the chances of success not only for our wild stocks, but also for our hatchery-raised stocks. And our role in the division is to serve a couple of different purposes that you see on this slide. We're an information hub. We provide technical assistance on land and water issues. We seek to find balanced solutions for fish, wildlife, and people. We have a habitat restoration and improvement arm of the work we do. We have some grant programs that we manage, and we prioritize partnerships with private landowners as well as our public lands managers, and also work very closely with a lot of conservation organizations to leverage greater conservation outcomes than what we could do alone. And I would say that in just 3 short years, we are seeing some returns on that investment. We saw, of course, the establishment of the new division, but it also included a lot of new regional habitat biologists in field locations all around the state. We saw expansion of the water program's capacity and are seeing them more effectively engage in in-stream flow protections, stream temperature and flow monitoring, developing aquatic habitat prioritization tools for use by the department and other decision makers, as well as participating in place-based water planning with local communities. We saw the creation and implementation of the Private Forest Accord grant program. Very pleased to say we just As you just approved back, I believe it was in April, our first round of grant funding for just over $10 million to 25 projects all around the state that are going to really move the needle for fish and some aquatic wildlife. We've also, in the last 3 years, seen continued investment in projects that benefit the Oregon Conservation Strategy habitats and connect more Oregonians to the natural world through the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. And that'll be, I think, your last agenda item of today as well. Hang in there. And we're also seeing an increase in the pace, scale, and quality of habitat restoration work taking place on our natural and working lands. So we've really seen some great successes out there, and we're only just getting started. So with that, though, we know that we're entering a more cost-constrained budget environment for general fund. We also know we don't have the fee lever that we can adjust, so we have to be a little bit creative in terms of where and how we invest in programs and allocate our resources to support Habitat Division's purpose and mission, as well as the state's larger resiliency goals. So our levers are really program reductions or program investments, budget requests. So for Habitat Division in 25-27, like Wildlife Division, we're not actually proposing any reductions, but we are getting creative in terms of shifting some resources around from areas of lower activity to more active conservation priorities, and getting creative with some fund shifts to ensure our staff can focus more broadly across terrestrial and aquatic systems. And you'll see that in some of our proposed investments. So really the primary strategy for Habitat Division for 25-27 is just sustain the investment. We're off to a great start. We're not requesting a whole lot of new. Let's just sustain the effort. And so what that looks like for us is that we would continue to prioritize our work on in-stream water rights, stream flow and temperature monitoring, water planning. We would continue to have our land program staff and our regional habitat staff participating in efforts around smart siting of renewable energy, statewide land use planning, as well as habitat restoration on both natural and working lands. In terms of our program investments or our policy option packages that we would be requesting in the 25-27 budget, those are really still in alignment with those priorities and strategies that I just outlined on the last slide. What we do have in the budget is a request for other funds to ensure that we have regional habitat biologist capacity in every ODFW watershed. When the division was established, we made sure that we had regional habitat biologists just about everywhere, except we ended up being short 2 watersheds, and that was the North Coast and the Rogue. So this would just really round out the full complement of having a regional habitat biologist in every watershed, as well as adding some additional capacity over in Malheur, where we are seeing that really significant increase in workload associated with proposed mining activity and other land uses. And so really just brings a little bit of extra capacity over there to the Malheur watershed. And the other fund that we would be recommending for this is accessing that Monsanto settlement fund as well. Another policy option package, and this is really just funding neutral. This is to continue the work that we're doing with the Natural Climate Solutions Fund. And this is a technical request for continued expenditure limitation and position authority from investments that were made by the Oregon Climate Action Commission to the department in 2024. We have 2 positions that we will be filling, and we have several on-the-ground habitat restoration projects that the Climate Action Commission felt also provided a co-benefit for carbon sequestration. And so really just asking for the continued ability to implement those projects that they gave us funding to work on. We are also requesting funds. This is really just a continuation of funds that were given to us in previous legislative sessions so that we can continue our work on in-stream water right filings and land use and energy cases. We do see some DOJ, Department of Justice costs associated with some of the work that we do to resolve permitting issues, mitigation issues associated with water rights and land use. And so that would just be a continuation of that. In one of your attachments is that full list of policy option packages. And you will see in there are a few policy option packages that fall below that general fund funding line. And I just wanted to highlight a few of those because there's some significant ones in there for Habitat Division. And it includes our request for a Habitat Division budget and operations manager, as well as funds for the Private Forest Accord grant program and the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund program. So those are just two that I'll highlight that with the cost constrained environment, it did not make sense to put above the funding line, but are important for everyone's situational awareness. And so with that, I think I pass it back to Ken, unless you all have any questions.
And how much it's increasing and how fast it's increasing. And just for people looking at this budget, you mentioned also the DOJ costs, and those are high. I want to make sure that people understand, though, that it's not just the two people that are typically from DOJ in this room, but it's also, we have so many contracts. Huh?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
They would like to think it would be, but we have a lot of contracts. We have a lot of petitions, lawsuits, memoranda of understanding and those kinds of things. And that it's a lot of people from DOJ that get involved in those. So I just want to make sure that people understood the tie between those two comments you made.
Yep.
I did have one general question, and it came up when Sarah was talking about the ones that are below the line, the policy option packages that are not numbered. Can you just speak a little bit, or maybe it's a combination of the two of you answering, what's the fate of those, or do we have anything we can say about those and maybe the process to find alternative paths to get, there's some pretty important things in there.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, great question. And I would just say right now, obviously, the ones that fall below the line are just simply not represented in our agency request budget. So if they are to go forward, it's going to have to go through an alternative process. So it's not going to come from ODFW. It'd have to come from someone else championing those causes. So I think that would be my answer to that, that it's not a part of our budget package unless it gets added later. So yeah, it'd have to happen through something separate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then
I do have just a couple more slides.
go ahead.
I'll keep it brief. So I'll just finish things up with the administrative divisions. So our administrative divisions are comprised of 4 divisions: administrative services, information education, information systems, and human resources. And our focus for developing this budget was to maintain those core programs, make sure we're being responsive to new agency and customer needs, and proactively modernize with a look to the future. And we really want to focus on customer service, both external and internal, addressing budget complexity, modernization of systems, and then staff support. I think having a robust, efficient, responsive administrative core is hugely important to the agency with all the various things that go on. When talking with staff, I often compare if ODFW was an airplane, administrative side of the agency is the engine. And if all those components aren't working correctly, it's going to be a bumpy ride, and hopefully we don't go down. But it really takes all those programs working in concert to drive and keep the vehicle that is ODFW moving forward in a positive direction. And just a couple of highlights from the things that folks do. I mean, it's our information hub, information education is the communication hub and information hub for the agency. Does incredible work there. Administrative services really provides the internal and external customer service that I mentioned, things like accounting, contracting, licensing. Just to highlight, because I like numbers, our headquarters licensing office answered 72,753 phone calls in 2023, with an average call wait time of under 2 minutes, so beating industry standards. So just want to highlight I mean, it's busy, it's good, but we're able to provide excellent customer service to a lot of different customers, and that goes that's to be said across all of our divisions. We have 1,200 full-time staff, and each one of us has computers and IT equipment. Our information systems division critically important for making sure we go. And like I said, with that big of a staff, human resources and the services they provide internally are critically important in ensuring that we continue to move forward in a positive direction. So when we're building the 25-27 budget, we were really focused on maintaining those core programs and ensuring that we're going to continue to be responsive to the agency needs moving forward. As such, we do have some program investments that we looked at, and we really, these are scaled down, really minimal, and we got creative with these. So one thing is we're going to continue to do is continue our deferred maintenance and major construction projects. The next project on the list is the Road Watershed Office. That is general fund, but it's general fund obligation bonds, so it's separate from our 1% kind of general fund limit. So Road Watershed Office is in Central Point. It's old, it's outdated, it's the next highest priority on our list. So this proposal would seek to demo that building and replace with a brand new, modern, green, forward-facing building that we can be proud of. We're also recognized that our website is old and clunky. That's our DFW website, Department of Fish and Wildlife .state.or.us website, or our internal website. We're going to redesign that. And originally we were going to go to a general fund pop for that, but instead we looked internally, and we're just doing a fund shift with existing general fund we have in program, and shift that from anti-poaching funds to the website. And that's a one-time shift for the next biennium. I mentioned earlier auditors looking at our public record process, and out of that, part of one of the recommendations is we really need a full-time analyst to look at our complex public records needs. And again, that's an internal shift, a technical adjustment to just shift position authority and funding around to create a new position. So utilizing existing resources to remanufacture something that we need for public records request processing. And then lastly, real estate management. As we all know, we have a very complex portfolio of real estate and properties across the state. And we've taken great strides in the last couple of years. 4 years ago, all the records were in paper files downstairs in HQ. They're all digitized now in an asset management system, but we want to go beyond that and really have a real estate management system with GIS interface and mapping, and something that the agency can really use to help manage all of our lands across the state. So we're utilizing existing resources again for that fund shift, actually through a donation to purchase that real estate management system in 25-27. And then, like other divisions, we are looking inwardly at efficiencies for program reductions. The administrative divisions are funded by a mix of license funds and indirect charges that are charged on our incoming grants. So we take a big chunk of those license funds. So as such, given the challenges that we discussed today, administrative services, the administrative divisions are pursuing reductions as part of the 25-27 biennium, totaling $1 million. Those will result in a reduction of internal services for web maintenance and property management, elimination of some seasonal positions and licensing that are just really challenging to fill at times, and then a reduction in just our services and supplies budget. I think Mike also mentioned we're also proposing a reduction to OSP, Fish and Wildlife Enforcement, of $500,000. And just like the other divisions, if we don't receive the full revenue that we're expecting from our fee increase, there are deeper cuts to core programs will have to happen. All right, thanks for hanging with us. So in summary, I just want to wrap things up with the proposed policy option packages, the reductions on our current service level budget. You combine the three of those, and the result is what you're seeing here in this graph. Highlighted in yellow is what we are requesting approval for our agency request budget. As you can see across the different fund types, we're really about even-steven, which makes sense given what we've talked about today, with the one exception being other funds. And that's reflective of the revenue increase that we're expecting from the fee increase. So pretty much equal across the board, moving from 23-25 to 25-27, except for an increase in $45 million in expenditure limitation on other funds. And that's a total agency request budget of $598.9 million. This budget was built on directions from Department of Administrative Services, current service level, with the addition of this general fund pops and strategic other fund pops that we talked about. We've drafted legislative concept for our fee increases. And like I said, when I introduced that, those fee increases will go through a legislative process next spring. We really tried to be fiscally responsible with this and not put all of the needs on the backs of our license holders. We well, excuse me, I'm losing it here. Really tried to just be fiscally responsible and strategic with what we're proposing here. So with that, approving the budget today is what we're recommending, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have one quick one. Private donation, who is donating money to pay for one of our electronic systems?
We get, Chair Wall, we get donations all the time, actually, and a lot of them don't have, they're not earmarked for anything. It's just a general, we get donations from trusts, and some of them come with nice letters and say, I want it to go to this. And we try our best to meet those needs, and others just come with a, we love Fish and Wildlife, use this and do good things with it. And so that's basically what that one was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll have lots of questions about the policy option packages in a minute or after we hear from people. I do want to echo Commissioner Labhart's thank you to you for stepping in, taking this job and taking this
My
budget
pleasure.
process. It's great to have it in front of us. I think what we'll do is take a 5-minute break, come back and get testimony from the 10 people who are signed up, and then we'll have discussion and questions.
Thank you for that. Oh, bathroom break.
Yes. the budget, and the first three people, there are actually more than we even thought. The first three people are online: Albert LePage, Danielle Mosier, Kelly Peterson. And after that, in the room, Mike Toady, Steve Hagan, Jim Muck. And then we'll announce the rest after that. So could we have the first three people start online: Albert LePage, and then Danielle Mosier and Kelly Peterson.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and newly appointed Director Colbert. With respect and gratitude, I address you today and all who are listening as all my relations, since we are not only connected here, but also through the genetic tree of life. As I pause to look and listen to the world around me, the human population is growing, while the wildlife population is decreasing as their homes, their habitats are being taken over by humans and split up, fragmented. And in their efforts to survive, wildlife seeks new homes, sometimes ending up closer to the homes of humans. And this can lead to conflict, which can end up harming and killing wildlife. As the written testimony I have already submitted in this regard attests, in relation to wildlife, I speak not only from the head, from the science, but also from the heart, and most deeply from my very gut. When I pause to look and listen to the sun and planets, our galaxy, and the universe itself, I am filled with awe, with reverence. When I do so for Earth and all species, for the incredible, wonderful richness of life here, again, there's a deep reverence. And so for me and how I live with wildlife, there's much more than coexistence. There's a vital relationship. And therefore, besides responding to human-wildlife conflict, I would also encourage the coexistence program to also somehow foster more of a relationship, one of awe and reverence, one that involves the heart and the gut. All that said, I support the development of an ODFW wildlife coexistence program, and so its funding by including it in your budget ask to the legislature. Let me express my gratitude for your consideration of what I have said, for we are all related, we as humans and all wildlife species.
Thank you, Albert. And we'll move to Danielle Mosier. And before you start, Danielle, I would like to mention something that I forgot to say at the start. We have an unspeakably long day today. And so if we appear to be trying very hard to stay on schedule, that's the reason. And so we're really going to push for stay within the time limits. And Albert, you started us off well by coming in just under your 3 minutes. So go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the commission. My name is Danielle Moser, and I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Oregon Wild. I appreciate the opportunity to provide input on the agency recommended budget. As we have all come to know, state funding for natural resources, especially fish, wildlife, and habitat, is extremely limited. Unfortunately, the threats to Oregon species like climate change, habitat loss, and the extinction crisis are growing. Given the constraints on financial resources, coupled with the need to combat challenges plaguing our state's vulnerable fish and wildlife, it's imperative that ODFW's budget prioritizes programs that focus on conservation and restoration of imperiled species, support habitat resilience, and finally, foster coexistence between people and wildlife rather than exacerbate conflict. That being said, I urge the Commission to prioritize funding for the following POPs: wildlife coexistence, wildlife diversity capacity, Klamath reintroduction monitoring, natural climate solutions, and marine life entanglement. And while I understand each agency is required to produce a 10% reduction list, I encourage the Commission to reprioritize that list so that programs that support species recovery, foster coexistence, and combat poaching are less likely to be cut, and specifically that anti-poaching education and Oregon State Police enforcement. As a specific example of where there should be a reprioritization, the original POP for the wolf monitoring and management program was for a new wolf biologist and wildlife services. However, the latest version of that POP has removed the funding for a biologist and instead just has funds for wildlife services, which is the federal agency primarily focused on conducting predation investigations and killing wolves. Furthermore, that budget reduction list includes the anti-poaching program and Oregon State Police enforcement. So considering the rampant poaching of wolves and the increasing issuing of lethal permits to kill wolves, we believe the state's limited funds need to be spent on addressing the root causes of wolf poaching and building social tolerance. However, as this current budget proposal appears, it's doing the opposite. So we recommend reinstating that wolf biologist position, removing wildlife services, and ensuring anti-poaching and enforcement are not cut. And finally, how this budget is crafted is not only important for determining what programs get prioritized and funded, but also as a tool to illustrate and communicate to the public, legislature, and governor that ODFW is committed to implementing its conservation mission. So we want them to hear that loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. And could we go then to Kelly?
Hi there. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, and Commission members. I'm Kelly Peterson. I'm the Oregon State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. I'm here today to express strong support for the Wildlife Coexistence Program as part of the agency budget. We have submitted our comments into the record, and so I just wanted to underscore the importance of this package, its vision, especially as those stated earlier, the population continues to expand, and with the challenges associated with climate change, conflicts with wildlife can be expected to increase. It's why we support the priorities outlined within the package that focus on reducing human-wildlife conflicts through education and outreach, and expanding community partnerships and training for all stakeholders and agency involved in wildlife response. It's in that spirit HSUS was fortunate to serve as a partner at a recent event held in Portland that was spearheaded by ODF&W. It was, the goal was preventing conflicts and promoting coexistence with coyotes. And that brought together a wide range of organizations, including the Portland Urban Coyote Project, the Feral Cat Coalition, People of Color Outdoors, Bird Alliance of Oregon, Portland Parks, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, the Oregon Zoo, and so many others. And beyond the success of the event itself, I think we had about 1,000 attendees for a first time. It was an opportunity to foster stronger relationships and create new partnerships, including with all of the Portland neighborhood associations. And I could imagine similar events like this one under the umbrella of the Wildlife Coexistence Program. This is a package that also invests in Oregon's wildlife rehabilitation centers. They have the potential to be one of the most valuable and important partners in the field. They're uniquely situated as the trusted voice in their communities. They serve as a hands-on resource, fielding thousands of calls a year, inspiring wildlife responsibility through their own outreach and education, and of course, caring for sick and injured native wildlife. So once again, we offer our gratitude to ODF&W and to Commissioners Labhart and Khalil for bringing forward a much needed program that focuses on living with wildlife and preventing human-wildlife conflicts. And we respectfully urge you to move this program forward as a priority in the 2025-2027 agency budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Then if Mike Toady, Steve Hagan, Jim Muck would come up to the table, please. And the three after that are Stan Steele, Sristi Kamal, and Tom McDonald. And if you'll introduce yourself, and Mike, you can start.
Good morning. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, is she still with us here, and Director Colbert. I wrote that down to make sure I didn't just go into autopilot and say the wrong thing there. And commissioners, good morning, everybody. You heard about a number of different levers and components of the budget here this morning from the division administrators. Most of my comments will focus on the fee schedule and fee increases that we've been discussing here. So OHA understands that rising costs for agency operations has created the need to raise revenue and is therefore supportive of making appropriate license tag and permit fee increases. The OHA Board of Directors shared some of their thoughts with Wildlife Division staff here last month in a meeting that we had with them as they were working through these options and proposals. As you know, the North American model of wildlife management is the cornerstone of agency and management funding. Hunters and anglers continue to be that primary source for funding for state agencies like ODFW. Other sources of funding are more challenging to come by, as we know. So OHA and other partners, some here in this room, have been seeking sustainable, long-term, stable sources of funding for things like the Habitat Division. And unfortunately, to this point, we haven't been successful in getting that, but we'll continue to work on that in the future. You heard Division Administrator from Wildlife Division talk about a number of different products and different scales and that, and we have some specific points I'd like to share with you on that. So based on the information in the revised attachment 4 in your packet there, OHA supports the hunting license tag and permit fee increases with the following exceptions. Bear and cougar tag fees should not increase. Many hunters purchase these tags either individually or with a sports pack, not with the intent of specifically pursuing those, but basically having that tag available to them while hunting other species if they encounter one of those incidentally. So we want to make sure these hunters have these tags in their pocket with them. Raising prices could result in less tag sales for those two species, which will not help address the revenue situation with the agency. Turkey tag fees should not increase. Turkeys, as you heard at the April Commission meeting when we talked about bird regulations, are abundant in our state, so much so that in some places they are now a source of damage complaints and nuisance complaints around the area. Keeping these costs stable may help address this. As we look across the scale of the products that are out there for hunters to pursue, turkey tags, quite frankly, are pretty doggone expensive right now. Relative to those other species out there. If you look at the scale in the revised attachment 4 at the end of the third biennium, you can get a deer tag for $38 and a turkey tag is $30. That for us seems a little proportionally out of sync. So we'd like to see that stay where it's at. We recognize that in order to make those changes, you're going to have to make some adjustments throughout the rest of it to keep that revenue thing there, or the target there where it needs to be. So in the original attachment 4, there were some administrative fees also included in that. Those were appropriately removed from this discussion. In your decision here today, just want to go on the record that when we get to that discussion point, that OHA has some opinions and perspectives we'd like to include in that conversation. And I'll close my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Steve.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Steve Hagan. I'm the state president for Oregon Hunters Association. I also serve as the TIP coordinator for OHA. I would like to commend the staff in this, what I will call challenging situation over the last 6 months, and it has been challenging, for being able to adapt. One thing I would like to point out, I believe, even though a bunch of outreach has happened, we can do better because an awful lot of the public are not engaged this time around. The last time this occurred was 2015, and in my mind, there was a lot more public engagement, but I know the timeline was shortened. Using my OHA tip hat, I would offer, it is disheartening to see on the 10% reduction list, the anti-poaching program be at the top of that list. I think we've done an excellent effort in educating the public and getting non-hunting citizens engaged in wildlife conservation in the region they live in. And that's been an education piece because an awful lot of people don't know what poaching looks like. I think the inroads that have been made there will backstep if that actually occurs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Jim.
Commissioner, Chair Wall, fellow commissioners, Director Colbert. I am here representing the technical, and I work with Oregon Anglers Alliance. I'm on their technical team, and I also coordinate with the following step groups in the Southern Oregon from the Umpqua all the way down to Brookings. I also want to say I've purchased a license since I was 12 years old hunting, and as soon as I could juvenile all the way through, including now purchasing sport packs for my kids. First of all, I want to compliment Habitat Division. I know that they talked about 3 years, but I just want to say a little bit more of history. Marmot Dam removal, in-stream water right fights of the 90s, Forest Practices Act that began the moratorium on gravel removal along the entire coast, and log rafting. Those things were big things that Habitat Division's done. And so we are very supportive of Habitat Division and keeping our habitat for the future. The concerns I have are unfunded mandates, coming in here and having unfunded mandates to the agency, things that came down that they don't have money to do and then expected to do them, causes them to shift funds. We're concerned about cuts to critical programs, specifically the sea lion predator program on the Willamette and the hatchery program overall. I just want to say we're supportive of fee increase. I have 3 boats sitting outside. The fee increase that I pay is insignificant to the amount of money I pay to gas just to fill my bass boat. Hunters and fishers have always paid for conservation. This includes the federal government that taxes us on hunting and fishing with the Dingell, Johnson Act, and the Pittsman-Robertson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And I do appreciate people staying within their time limits. It's very helpful today, any day, but especially today. And we don't have questions, so we'll move right on if we could. Thank you very much. To Stan Steele, Srishti Kamal, Tom McDonald, then Bethany Cotton, who will be audio only, and then we have a couple more, few more. Okay. So if you each will introduce yourselves. And the third one was Tom McDonald. Yes, go ahead, Stan.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Director Colbert, Commissioners. I'm Stan Steele, here representing several different groups, but really just as a sportsman. We overall do support the fee increases. When you look at the packages and look at the funding deficits that we know we're going to have over the next several bienniums, it's really important for people to understand. And I like what Mr. Muck just said about the American system of conservation funding and how that all equates to having better wildlife habitats and everything else. So I think that's just easily said for us. Fee increases to me are increases in our opportunities. In other words, to at least maintain opportunities for youngsters and thus oldsters. So we have to have a department that's capability exceed what we're even doing now. So I will commit that our groups will be working very diligently with the staff, the director's office, and the legislature to make sure that when we go through the budget process, we have solid backed testimony. I think it's extremely important. But I also want to say that I think in some cases we have public-private partnerships that we should entertain. And I look at the Willamette Basin right now with the reduction in mitigation funding coming in from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and it's disappointing. So I think we need to explore those options. How do we replace certain capacities with other partnerships? I could go on for days, as you guys all know. I can get very windy, but one of the key things that I also, after having 25 years in field enforcement with the Oregon State Police, the best job in the world could ever design as an Oregon State Police Fish and Wildlife Trooper. It is really quite disappointing to see that we're at the same staffing level as when I retired in 1998. And we've increased by several million in population, and the pressures put on our wildlife because of the population increase. So I would really ask you to rethink those cuts to Fish and Wildlife Enforcement Division. And then in closing, we have 2 categories that Commissioner Labhart kind of referred to as some acronyms. We have CPUE. In our world, it was catch per unit of effort. And if we shift that to the hunting world, it's hunting, other words, harvest per unit of effort. Those are drivers to get people to remain in our, retain, reactivate, and recruit. And we'll leave you with that. And thank you for what everybody's doing. It's going to be a long day.
Thank you, Stan. Go ahead, Srishti.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. I'm Srishti Kamal, and I'm the Deputy Director at Western Environmental Law Center. As noted, this year, the agency budget development and engagement process has been a little different. When the first draft of the budget came out, it included key conservation issues in the form of POPs, like wildlife diversity, wildlife coexistence, and OCRF funding, to name a few. However, with the 1% limit on new initiatives, the agency had to pivot hard toward restructuring and sacrifice a number of conservation initiatives. We are glad that ODF&W at least retained the wildlife coexistence POP. With a 700,000 limit, I don't think I fully understand how even the numbered POPs are all getting funded. Secondly, while I understand the agency's 10% cut list is a standard exercise and doesn't necessarily mean that the cut is imminent, but it is a way for the agency to signal what's important and what's not to the governor and to the legislature. For example, currently it includes the PFA beaver biologist position pretty high on the cut list, when the momentum on beaver-led restoration is only starting to grow in the state. It also includes cutting ODF&W's anti-poaching campaign. And although ODF&W's presentation a few minutes ago gave a nod to Oregon State Police, but they did include OSP's anti-poaching enforcement positions also in the 10% cut. This, when poaching is on a significant rise, wolves are being poisoned all over the place, and stakeholders have worked hard to increase OSP's capacity in 2019. Lastly, we do not support new funding for federal agencies using state dollars, especially when we are fighting for every dollar. Federal agency work should be funded by federal dollars. I will use the wolf POP as an example. The original draft included a new position at ODF&W, but by the time it made it through the cut process, the position was gone, and it now only has funding for wildlife services, which is a federal program under USDA APHIS. ODF&W's POP will pay wildlife services to kill wolves and conduct predation investigations. And this funding is in addition to monies wildlife services already receives in ODF&W's budget for a broader quote unquote predator control. So there is no nod to the agency's conservation value here when we look at this POP. And so we strongly oppose this POP and ask that the agency rethink its prioritization in the ARB. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tom, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tom McDonald from Desert Springs Trout Farm, Chairman Wall and Commissioners. The Eastern Sierras in California runs from the Walker River right across the border to Schaefer Lake. We stock that whole thing. We've made it one of the premium fishing holes in the state of California. We stock all the lakes. There's 19 lakes that we stock. We just delivered 7,000 pounds to Schaefer Lake. The bill was $48,000. They were so tickled to get the fish. They're all trophy trout, 3 pounds and up. The Shoshone Paiutes tribe, their bill was over 100,000, and they wanted 8 to 10 pound fish with bigger, and we had fish up to 13 to 17 pounds for them. But we have taken that whole area, our company, and we're the only ones that can stock it because we're the only disease-free company around. Mount Lassen Trout Farm is working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on salmon. That Battle Creek run that was above the Shasta Dam, they found a strain of that. And now Mount Lassen gets 40,000 of them, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife gets 160,000. The program's been going for 5 years now. They've already got salmon coming back. It's a huge success, and there's 2 more years left, and they're getting ready to extend that for another indefinitely, and that's private, federal, working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you all. And we don't have questions, so we'll move right on to Bethany Cotton, James Frazier, Yelena Nowak. So Bethany. And I believe this one's just audio, correct? Go ahead, Bethany, if you can hear us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, and Commissioners, I'm Bethany Cotton, Conservation Director for Cascadia Wildlands and member of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. I'm testifying from rural Jackson County, where I grew up. joining by phone due to poor satellite Wi-Fi. Throughout the director's hiring process, the commission stressed the importance of ensuring the agency represents all Oregonians, including the vast majority whose interest is in sound science-based wildlife conservation, not merely consumptive use. This budget unfortunately fails to meet that commitment. Both in December during the Wolf Plan revision workshop and in April when the annual report was presented, agency staff stressed the lack of adequate resources and staffing to the wolf program. We had the worst year for wolves on record in 2023 with unsustainably high human-caused mortality, including at least 12 killed by poachers, and a total stagnation in population growth. Since the April report, we've learned of at least 3 additional poaching incidents that killed at least 5 wolves, destroyed the possibility of at least 1 and likely 2 packs reproducing this year, and killed golden eagles, a cougar, coyote, and various corvids. The agency's own press release stressed the risk to wildlife, dogs, and people, especially ODF&W staff who'd conducted the cleanup, calling poaching by poisoning a disturbing trend that has killed at least 19 wolves since 2015, and recommending recreationists keep dogs leashed in a large area of Northeast Oregon. Yet not only does the draft budget fail to remediate the staffing and funding shortfalls for the wolf program and anti-poaching efforts, it significantly worsens them. The new FTE focused on coexistence with wolves proposed in the initial draft is gone. The anti-poaching project budget is the first on the chopping block. DOJ wildlife enforcement is cut by $500,000, and proposed cuts to supplies and other resources for wolf plan implementation will further reduce tools available to existing overworked staff. Instead, the budget prioritizes sending hundreds of thousands of state dollars to the federal agency best known for killing wildlife. The agency budget is a significant message to the governor, legislature, and public about the department's priorities. This budget doesn't meet the stated commitment to conservation. It fails wolves, it fails essential coexistence efforts in rural areas, it fails wildlife staff already struggling with inadequate resources and heavy workloads, and it fails to acknowledge the seriousness of the poaching crisis and ensure resources are available to address it. Please remedy these serious deficiencies before approving the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. And we will go to James Frazier and then Yelena Nowak. And after that, 3 more, Dave Wright, Dave Moskowitz, Bruce Pauley. So James, are you on? Go ahead.
Yes. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, and Director Colbert. My name is James Fraser and I'm the Oregon Policy Director at Trout Unlimited. I understand you had the chance on the field tour yesterday to see some of the areas that TU works in the Klamath Basin. I'm sorry to have missed that, but glad that you were able to at least glimpse the work that so many people are doing in the watershed to restore and prepare Oregon's part of the Klamath for reintroduction of anadromous fish. I submitted a letter on the agency request budget that's in your materials for today, and will use my time just to highlight a few points. Unfortunately, ODFW is in a tough spot for obtaining new general fund dollars next biennium. It's clear from the policy option package list and narratives that ODFW staff have identified a lot of important needs across all 3 divisions, let alone new, smart initiatives that staff want to pursue, but don't currently have funding for. That said, Trout Unlimited agrees with the prioritization and ranking of POPs 101, 102, and 103 in your attachment 3. As mentioned in my letter, with only about $700,000 in new general fund to go around for the entire department, TU supports placing high priority on strategic and time-sensitive efforts related to the Klamath fish reintroduction effort and supporting Habitat Division's water right and land use endeavors. TU has worked with ODFW staff in the department study to reintroduce spring Chinook to the upper basin using hatchery fish from the Trinity River. To be clear, we support the controlling reintroduction plan for the Klamath, which provides for relying on natural repopulation of the upper basin by most species, but also actively reintroducing spring Chinook for a period after dam removal. We have worked to support ODFW's Klamath fish reintroduction efforts and secure related funding for years now, and it's essential that POP 106 for Klamath reintroduction monitoring, which fortunately derives from PCSRF, remain near the top of the prioritization list. The dams will be out by the time Chinook and Coho return this fall. We cannot wait to fund the Klamath-specific items for a later cycle. With regard to Mike Harrington's comments about Fish Division's budget earlier, I want to caution the Commission about pursuing savings by cutting fish monitoring and research positions. Many recreational fisheries in Oregon, especially catch and release fisheries on wild fish, such as summer steelhead and Columbia tributaries, can only occur because ODFW keeps a close eye on population numbers and trends. Cuts to monitoring staff can result in closures of beloved and economically valuable opportunities. I'll conclude by flagging some of the strong POPs that TU also supports, but which cannot be funded based on the direction that the governor's office and DAS have given ODFW. These include, but aren't limited to, the POPs for the Private Forest Corps Grant Program, Salmon and Steelhead Research, Habitat Division Budget and Operations, and OCRF. The conversation about POPs which fall below the line on your list should not end today. That's all for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. And could we go to Yelena?
Sound check.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I apologize. My video will remain off. I have unstable connection today. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, Commissioners. My name is Yelena Novak. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Trout Commission. Our organization is an industry-funded organization established by the Oregon State Legislature to support the commodity industry and to protect and preserve the economic interests of the state. Our constituents include 3 distinct fisheries. It's the state-managed Oregon pink shrimp fishery, as well as the federal managed fisheries, bottom trawl groundfish, and Pacific whiting. Our fishermen deliver their catches to the shore-based seafood plants located along the Oregon coast. I apologize. Our sector, specifically trawl, produces the affordable seafood. It's the seafood that you can see in the grocery stores and not just in the restaurants. So we are high volume industry operating on low margins. Entire commercial seafood industry in Oregon in 2023 produced 300 million pounds of healthy, sustainable, wild-caught seafood, generating almost $170 million to fishing families alone. And the ODFW estimates that the economic output of the commercial fishing industry in Oregon is $1.2 billion. So we support thousands of jobs across the sustainable seafood industry. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. The proposal to increase the commercial fish fund contribution for ad valorem and licenses and permits is 12% in the upcoming biennium, 4%, and 4% in the subsequent bienniums. Commercial Fish Fund is the largest funding component of the Marine Resource Program. We fund 34% of the program. The program is $22.5 million per biennium. Our commission made a decision to recommend for ODFW not to pass any increases at this time due to the state of our industry. And I will go over very quickly. I know I'm probably being close to the end of my time. We have had several plant closures. Our costs are increasing considerably up. Inflationary price increases do not reach the water. Fishermen don't see those. Our volumes are considerably down. Ex-vessel prices are down. Our markets continue to be depressed post-COVID pandemic. Many of our boats report that they have concerns with staying break even. Their priority is to pay crews to retain them, which is a challenge always for our industry. We're also concerned that ODFW revenue projections for the, yes.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Could you finish that thought and then we'll have to move on? Sorry.
Yes, I apologize. I would like to conclude with how much we appreciate the ODFW and great work that they do. You guys have been a champion for the commercial fisheries. We appreciate all the representation we get at all the various venues. So thank you for your time. I apologize for going over my limit. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. We appreciate it. Could we go then to David Wright, David Moskowitz, and Bruce Pauley? And first, David Wright.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Wall and commissioners. My name is Dave Wright. I'm 4th generation in the seafood industry in Oregon. I commercially fished in Oregon for 10 years and retired as general manager of Pacific Shrimp in Newport and general manager of Bantam Pacific in Charleston, Oregon. Presently, I'm the public member of the Oregon Trout Commission. First, I'd like to state that ODF&W has done a tremendous job for the seafood industry and is recognized in my eyes as a leading state working with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. But the state of our seafood industry has major issues and concerns. In December 2023, Trident Seafood announced plans to sell 4 processing plants in Alaska. In the lower 48, in December 2023, a major distributing seafood company announced it's for sale. This year, Pacific Seafood in Eureka, California closed its bottom fish operation. Pacific Seafood in Brookings closed its shrimp operation for the season due to wastewater issues. Pacific Seafood in Newport closed its Serenity plant and meal plant closed for whiting due to poor marketing conditions. Bornstein Seafood closed its processing facility in Newport and Bellingham, Washington. And with new DEQ regulations and potential offshore wind energy, the impact to our seafood industry is enormous. This year alone, our seafood industry is losing hundreds of jobs along with lost opportunities. As you can see, our seafood industry has made major and tough decisions to deal with inflation, regulatory issues, and a tough business environment. I mention this as ODF&W is looking to increase the ad valorem tax and license by at least 12%. And looking at the charts, one can see volume and prices increase now and in the future for our fisheries. I don't believe ODF&W's vision and charts matches the reality to what is happening today, and specifically in the near future. I would like again to state the good works of ODF&W, and I'm not looking at cuts in the ad valorem tax and fees, but an increase in the ad valorem tax and license fees doesn't make sense with the major concerns of our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And we will move on to David Moskowitz. I think you're on mute, David.
Thank you. David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler, and we have comments on the budget. Appreciate the opportunity to testify remotely. We think that license fee increases are critical. I think you've heard some good notes about how some of those could be perhaps reviewed further. But in general, it's going to be essential to increase fees. It's an incredible value for the citizens of Oregon to be able to fish and hunt, and we need to pay a good price for it. We have concerns in terms of the current service level of budgeting. We feel that that does not provide a very good background for program review and evaluation. It's just simply not robust. It assumes that all those programs are priorities and asserts to continue funding them. And so we wonder what programs were evaluated. There was some mention of it by Mr. Harrington. We wonder about who participated in that evaluation and if the public's included. It's just important to really look at some of these programs that ODFW continues to fund to see if they're important. I think you heard examples of those from Bethany Cotton. The Conservation Angler would concur with Steve Hagan from OHA and Bethany Cotton on the TIP program. We think Yvonne Shaw and her team with ODFW and Oregon State Police have done an exceptional job, yet the need increases. So we urge that you fund the program raises up to a higher level of importance with the agency. And we would also concur with the remarks from both Srishti Kamal from Western Environmental Law Center, as well as James Fraser from Trout Unlimited, particularly related to the Klamath. We want to make sure everybody keeps in mind to reinforce the idea that natural reintroduction is the Oregon administrative rule for fall Chinook, coho, and steelhead. And that's important to keep in mind. Let's see. Because there seems to be a lot of controversy, not controversy, but there's a lot of disagreement about what programs should be funded going forward in the future. And the Conservation Angler, even though you have a very tight time frame to present a budget to the governor's office, we would urge you to consider taking a meeting in July. You have one on the calendar. There's no meeting scheduled. You could decide some of these very important issues going forward. We're at a tipping point. It's an essential time to make sure we take the time. There's a lot of reference to other meetings with groups. Not all those groups, not all of our groups were in all those meetings. And my time's about to run out, so I'm going to end there, but I would urge you to take more time to address the key issues that you're going to be discussing shortly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Bruce Pauly.
Hello, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and Commissioners, and new Director Colbert. My name is Bruce Pauly. I live in Sherwood, Oregon, and I'm here today on behalf of the Coastal Conservation Association of Oregon. CCA is part of a national organization that's dedicated to conserving and protecting fish populations and advocating for recreational fisheries. Since its founding in Oregon in 2007, CCA has actively worked with ODFW, the governor, and the legislature on legislation and policies impacting our fisheries, including license fees and the Columbia River endorsement. CCA looks forward to working with you, Governor Kotek, and the legislature to ensure that ODFW has the resources it needs to conserve fish populations, operate its hatcheries, and provide meaningful recreational fishing opportunities. Anglers have always been willing to step up and help fund the management of our fisheries. In fact, when you count license and endorsement fees, as well as Dingle-Johnson excise tax revenue, we are ODFW's largest source of revenue. We also know that there are limits to what anglers can and should pay for. For example, many ODFW costs are driven by burdensome federal permitting requirements, anti-hatchery litigation from activist groups, and costly state requirements. ODFW needs additional general funds to cover some of these costs that should be borne by the public at large. We also don't want to price out current and future anglers who are so important to the Oregon conservation ethic. We can't let fee increases push away those with modest resources. Meanwhile, we must also ensure that ODFW's management priorities and policies reflect where its funding is coming from. All too often, anglers feel like they are taken completely for granted when management decisions put narrow special interests ahead of the resource for those who fund the agency. Anglers must know that they matter to the agency. Last month's Columbia River mainstem spring Chinook small mesh gillnet fishery, approved by WDFW and ODFW, was a prime example of this. We appreciate the ODFW did the right thing and blocked a second fishery, but we have to change policies that seemingly prioritize controversial gillnet fishery that cost more to manage than it's worth and snares too many non-target stocks as bycatch. ODFW can also do more to advocate for getting more of Oregon's fish back to our rivers rather than being exploited in fisheries up and down the North Pacific coast. Again, we look forward to working with you and our elected officials to provide ODFW with the resources and direction it needs to conserve fish populations and preserve fishing opportunities across the state of Oregon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bruce. And again, I appreciate people who have stayed within their time limit today. I think that we will go now to questions from the commissioners or comments. And if people want to start, so yes, if you will come back up, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart. And
Okay. What I'd like to do right off the bat is compliment the staff on your presentations. Very well done. Good overview of your budget recommendations. I have some overarching comments before I think all the commissioners get into details. So the budget development process was shortened this year by the governor's office, and it shortened our processes this year. But again, I want to compliment the department for still doing the best you can and trying to get as much public comment and much as public involvement into this shortened budget development process. We all were frustrated by the shortened time frame, but I think the staff did an excellent job of getting that public comment. The governor and DAS, Department of Administrative Services, had originally required that all agencies request for new general fund programs to 1% of the 23-25 general fund allocation, which in our case is $709,000, which is just horrendous. It is important to understand that this limit on the amount of general fund applies to anything not in the agency's base budget. including the continuation of current general fund applies to anything, or excuse me, including continuation of current general fund packages, such as the $20 million private forest accord grant program, the continuation of the chronic wasting disease investments, and for the 24th session, continuation of the funding of the Department of Justice support on in-stream water rights and other areas. So those programs that are in the base budget, my point is that they're not included. They're part of the base budget now. Thus, the list of continuation of funding for the program option packages on the general fund in this budget, and we're limited to essentially 3 POPs, and those were POP 101, POP 102, and POP 103. Our general fund request to adhere to the 709,000. I'll get into a little bit. There's a little bit more to that in a little bit. These 3 program option packages continue the previous investments that support filing in-stream water rights and expand investment in recovering fish species in the Klamath Basin to meet the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity represented by the removal of the dams in that system. I'm changing the term coexistence to living with wildlife, because I think coexistence somehow has some kind of a bad taste with some people, but it's called living with wildlife, in my opinion. The Living with Wildlife program and the Wolf package did, as staff mentioned, I think Bernadette mentioned this, got added back into the general fund POP request, which is good news. Thank you for working that with the governor's office, the Natural Resource Office, to get those packages back in as part of the general fund request. So given these constraints on new or continuing general fund, the Governor's Natural Resource Office has encouraged us to, quote, self-fund priorities using cuts to existing programs. While it is undesirable to cut existing programs to fund new investments, the department included several self-funding packages that combine new and strategic opportunities with reductions of existing programs. For example, Mike mentioned $8 million reduction in the fisheries program. This includes service and supply fund shifts from the marine reserves to address critical gap in capacity for engaging ocean energy siting, and a fund shift for the anti-poaching program, which I have a concern with, to ensure that the efforts to transition the agency to a new website can continue. Fee adjustments. So rising costs over the last few years and flat revenue from hunting and fishing licenses, which we call other funds, are on track to cause our expenditures to begin to significantly outpace revenues at the end of the 25-27 biennium. And Ken did a good job of telling us about that. The department is proposing a package of changes in license-funded programs to increase revenue and reduce expenditures. This includes adjustments to the cost of angling and hunting licenses and program reductions to keep expenditures sustainable. The department has been on a routine schedule of requesting fee adjustments every 6 years, but a fee adjustment has not been requested since 2015, 9 years. And recreation and hunting fishing license tags and permit costs have not increased since 2020. This gap will grow over the course of the next 3 biennia, as Ken said. Most markedly, the 25-27 biennium in angling license-funded programs, resulting in an overall decline in agency department operating reserves across all programs. Ken talked about that. It's going to happen pretty soon. This pattern typically over a 6-year, in this case, 9-year period, course of revenue expenditure planning of the agencies is going to impact us directly. While no one likes fee increases, the proposed fee adjustments focus on maintaining what I call reasonable costs for entry into hunting and angling by youth and keeping that individual products for youth at 2020 costs. It also retains low overall adjustments for residents who are senior, veteran, and reach pioneer status. And active uniform service members would continue paying resident prices regardless of their out-of-state, either in-state or out-of-state country of station assignments. So now specifically, hunting, the recreation fee schedule increased most residential and non-residential products for hunting by 12% in 2026, 8% in 2028 and 2030. Additional hunting license revenue would support chronic wasting disease research and response, replacing the loss of general fund in the general 2024 legislative session while maintaining current service level programs. Fishing, recreation fishing. For angling products, proposed an increase of approximately 14% in 2026, followed by a 6% in 2028 and 30. The proposal also creates a new saltwater fishery endorsement to help fund nearshore fisheries conservation. In addition to this fee adjustment, the Fish Division, Administrative Divisions, and Oregon State Police and Wildlife Division propose to implement an $8 million reduction in existing programs as part of the package to keep the program sustainable. Commercial fishing. We just heard from commercial fishing, but the proposed commercial fishing fund adjustments include increasing commercial fishing entry permits cost by 12%, 2026, and 4% in 2028 and 30. The ad valorem and commercial landing for all fisheries would increase 12%, 4%, and 4% for those years as well, except for the nearshore and ocean salmon, which will experience no increase over the 6-year period. And the ad valorem on those fisheries are already higher than other commercial fisheries. Along with these fee adjustments, the department proposed a 9% reduction of associated programs. It also includes shifting existing shellfish program from the commercial fish fund to the recreation shellfish fund. So I know I spent a lot of words here talking, but hopefully I got all that correct. So in summary, if we don't, as a commission, address concerns raised today, in my opinion, you still have 2 bites at the apple. This budget goes to the governor's office, and then the governor's office talks about where they're going to submit it to the legislature. So that's 1 bite at the apple. You could still have an opportunity. And then, of course, when the budget gets to the legislature, you have another bite at the apple there. So if you're a stakeholder group and you say, we didn't think they went far enough with X, then you can still propose to the governor's office, and you can still propose at the legislative session. So hopefully we address some of the concerns raised today, but if we don't, you still have 2 bites at the apple. That's my general comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And thank you to all of you. I agree, great presentations, especially Ken, you're drinking from the fire hose. And you're the only one who's rocking the lapel pin today. I don't know what happened to everybody else. Yes, I noticed. Good job. So I am on the budget committee. So I've had conversations with some of you already, but there's some things I'd like to talk about on the record. And I want to talk about things specifically, not the general kind of summary that we just had. So the first thing I want to try and understand, or well, I guess want to make clear to everyone that's out there is, Mike, if you could walk me through marine reserves, because that was on the budget, then it got cut off, then it went to the legislature and they put it under general fund. It's back now. Like we're on a cycle with this. And I remember when it all came around and we got all the testimony about marine reserves, I raised the point that this wasn't the commission, it wasn't a department that made some of these cuts to the marine reserve. And it's dependent on general fund, which means it can get cut again. So it looks like we're back in that cycle again. Am I understanding that properly?
Okay, so I think Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I wouldn't say we went through and made cuts necessarily to the Marine Reserves program. There were positions that were left unfilled last biennium, and they were left unfilled, and so they got swept. That was a very unfortunate circumstance. It's a program we value. I'm learning a lot more about it all the time, getting some good relationships there, and it's not something we want to see go away. Right now, we're in a tight spot. Like Mark just laid it out very clearly with general fund and our asks to the general fund, they're very limited. And so we don't have a lot of places where we can go and ask for this general fund money. Currently, we have another issue that has arisen, over the last few years, several years, frankly, and that's offshore wind. Our capacity to manage that and make sure that we address that appropriately and can get the mitigation that we need and that we are engaged at the level we need to be is being diminished. especially when you start to look at the cuts that we're looking at in fish division. It's not just 8 million, because it's 8 million within fish division. It's another million in the marine division. And so we're looking at cut upon cut upon cut, and we do not have capacity. And so our only way to address that need, which I think most Oregonians right now would agree that offshore wind is a very large priority for us to make sure that we're protecting the resource. Our only solution there really is to shift funds from the Marine Reserves Program into hopefully a new position that will help us address the Marine Reserve or the offshore wind issue. If you look at House Bill 4132, it does direct us to adapt when we don't have the resources to meet the needs of that program. And we think with the new position that we did get in the last legislative session, that we're hiring an ecologist, that we're going to be able to use that position in that time to pursue other funds to make up for the funding that we're going to lose, that we're going to direct over to the offshore wind.
Okay, so that that partially answers my point, is that in many ways it's like you have to go for something else, meaning we can do what we do as the state agency, but then there's the governor's bid and then there's the legislature's bid. So when we get the next flood of public testimony, that can be our reply, is that, hey, we have done our best. We had to shift, not cut, but shift to address another priority. But if you want more, speak to your legislature. Okay, so my next question is, again, that has been mentioned a couple times, the new ocean endorsement. And we talked a bit how you changed the name because it was sea endorsement or saltwater or something, and you've changed it to ocean. And it brings me up to the Columbia River endorsement. So can you explain endorsements a little bit? Because it seems like the Columbia River one, which also includes the Snake, they kind of go on until the end of time. Like, what are they? Why do we have them? What do they pay for? And then do they sunset somehow? So can you explain that?
So Chair Wall, Commissioner King, you had to say Columbia River because this is where things always get really complex. So these endorsements are fees that are assessed to the anglers that help pay for very specific things. In the case of the Columbia River endorsement, that helps pay for safe fisheries, which, we release fish in these safe areas. They come back to off channel and commercial fishermen can access them. Our sport anglers get a lot of access to those fish as well. 33% or around 30% of the fish that we produce for safe are caught by our recreational anglers. It pays for, I'm going to forget some things off the top of my head, but it pays for law enforcement on the Columbia River. And another big thing that's been really valuable that I don't know that very many people realize or remember is our Zone 6 fisheries. Those didn't used to be very big fisheries, and we've now been able to expand our creel in there, which expands our confidence and our abilities to manage those fisheries. And that fishery has expanded greatly. So that the Columbia Basin endorsement, I believe it's set to expire, but because of all the benefit that it does provide, I mean, I think people have in their heads that this is just supposed to get gill nets off the river. There's a lot of other stuff it was supposed to do, and it's doing very well. And so we're gonna pursue an extension of that in this legislative session. You look at other endorsements, like we're just mentioning the saltwater. Well, we keep calling it saltwater endorsement. I got to get that out of my head. It's the ocean endorsement. So that means from the jetties out. So that's not going to be in estuaries, things like that. But that's a fee that'll be assessed to help us fund some of our nearshore. If you look on the marine program side of things, Commercial Fish Fund pays for a lot. They pay for a ton. They get very little license fund, and I don't remember what the percentage is again. But one thing we're seeing is that our nearshore fisheries, that's rockfish. It's one of our most popular fisheries out there in the ocean. That's another thing that's going to be compromised coming up. And we need more data to justify those fisheries and ensure that they exist. And in order to get more data, we need fisheries independent data to do that. So that's the research that our nearshore program does, going out and chartering boats and sampling fish populations. And so it's things like that endorsement can provide, and that helps protect people's opportunities.
Okay, so I understand that. I appreciate that. I don't think people mind. I guess will it sunset ever? It seems like once we create a fee, they never go away. And as you just stated, like, oh, the Columbia River one was so great, that we're just gonna keep it now. Is, is that what, like, you know, why don't we just put that in license costs? Like, why are we doing these endorsements separately? You know, it just makes it all more complicated to me.
You know, Commissioner King, I don't have an answer for you on why we do things this way, to be completely honest. I mean, I've thought about that myself. For now, I think something like the ocean endorsement is something that, you know, we can see how it works. I think we've seen a lot of value out of the Columbia River Basin endorsement, and that's why we plan to continue it and provide an extension.
Okay.
Rick, just one second, if you will, and go ahead.
It's a really excellent question, Commissioner King. Why some things fall under the general license funded versus dedicated and endorsements. And it really comes back to the legislature. And every one of those dedicated endorsements or tags or, you know, there is a legislative backstory to them. And sometimes it's about wanting to have a more clearly defined bucket of funding with a very specific legislative purpose. Versus other times there's more of a willingness to let it kind of fall within our general discretion on how we fund things.
Okay.
And so,
thank you.
The only thing I'll add on that as far as strategy goes is we talked about keeping entry costs low. I mean, we could lump those all in, Columbia Basin endorsement, saltwater endorsement, put it in the general fishing license category, but then our general fishing license goes up. And so this strategy is really targeting the folks that are utilizing that fishery, folks that are fishing in the Columbia River, folks that are fishing in the ocean. And so that's some of the strategy behind the specific endorsement versus lumping it into just a general fishing license.
Okay. Thank you. Another marine question for you, because it's on the front of my brain, because I can't dig razor clams right now.
Yep.
The harmful algal blooms.
Yep.
So it's unprecedented. They're just getting worse and worse and worse. It's because of ocean change and ocean conditions and temperatures. I understand what's happening. What I didn't realize is we had nothing and no one, just poor dear Matt running around when it all went pear-shaped. So what are we trying to do now with these algal blooms, this algal bloom pop? What, can you explain that one to me?
Yeah, so algal blooms are a really complex issue out there, and if I could solve it, I think you guys would be probably calling me God right now. But my response was, you know, it was a POP, and that was the harmful algal bloom pops, and that establishes basically an early response team that'll monitor kind of spatial distribution of, I guess, algal blooms up and down the coast and their abundance and just the condition of the marine algae associated with harmful algal blooms coast-wide. And so if we have people out there that are up and down the coast a little bit more broadly, they'll be able to monitor, we'll be able to know what patterns are and maybe specify our management a little bit more to certain areas as opposed to the whole coast, but just overall, just a little bit more rapid response.
Okay. Essentially trying to be less reactionary, because right now it's Department of Ag that does the testing, or a whole pile of people get sick, and then we all kind of run around panicked.
Yep.
You're trying to avoid that with this pop.
Yeah, I'm not saying people won't get sick ever, or people won't be running around panicked ever, but this hopefully will reduce that.
All right. My final question, I think, for you, Mike, is hatcheries.
Mm-hmm.
We got to shut 3 of them, as far as I understood from reading through this lengthy budget packet. Can you explain what we're doing and why with that, and what we're hoping to do also with this resilience package that's coming through as well?
So hatcheries are a very big part of this agency and what we do. And that being said, I think we have 33 hatcheries, and that's over a third of our budget. So that's very huge. So when you're going through a budget crunch, it's almost impossible not to touch one of your largest budget items, which is going to be hatcheries. We have 3 hatcheries that are on there. One of them is the Oregon Hatchery Research Center facility. I think many of you know that facility has been compromised by a large landslide upstream of it, which has made attracting researchers to the area very difficult, has made water qualities horrific. I mean, if you want to see a raceway with chocolate milk in it, that's a problem. So we identified that hatchery or that facility. The other 2 are Rock Creek and Salmon River. And if you're talking about our hatchery resilience study, I mean, this is one thing we're looking at is what's the future of our hatcheries going to be when you look at the changing climate, rising temperatures, changing water quality, quantity, et cetera. And you look at the state of the hatcheries themselves. And those two hatcheries are kind of problematic for us. Salmon River has a lot of, there are a lot of deferred maintenance needs there. It has a weir that could really get blown out at any moment. And if that weir gets blown out, we don't have a water source there anymore. And so that it is a very risky hatchery, and we have a lot of investments that we would have to make in that hatchery to keep it going. And as I think many of you also know, Rock Creek burned down in those fall fires we had back in, man, I'm starting to get amnesia here. 2020.
Yeah, the Labor Day fire.
And your
2020.
savior up here. You know, they burned down in those fires a few years ago. And so, you know, the investment that we would have to put into that hatchery, in addition to the water quality issues it has, it just made those two hatcheries kind of make a little bit more sense to put on the list, unfortunately. We do have a hatchery resiliency study that we're currently conducting that we're going to have a report for this fall. And that's going to look into changes and advancements we could make at our current hatcheries and help us prioritize where that work needs to go and how we could help change distribution of our fishes in those hatcheries. So it's a big, long, complex process. I know that it's something that people didn't want to hear from us, but it's just an unfortunate reality.
And my final question, thank you, Mike. I think you're off the hook. My final question is anti-poaching. Yeah, you made it. Good job. Thank you. Like taking away money from our, you know, the popos are near and dear to me. I think everybody knows that. I always mention them. I always claim them because we are half of their budget. They're at every meeting, you know, they're at every tour. It's just kill. I mean, you know, they are appalled by the killing of wolves, just like we are. And we're shifting their parts of their budget to something that is also near and dear to my heart, is our need to create a new website. So explain that to me, and like, because we did all this stuff for the website in the last budget, but that is done now. We need something else. Can you just explain that to me a little bit?
So Chair Wall, Commissioner King, and Ken can fill in where I leave off, but I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about the shift of the anti-poaching
Okay.
fund. So this is a one-time reduction focused on the advertising campaign part of the anti-poaching campaign. So it does not affect the law enforcement side of that funding.
Okay.
And so then Ken maybe can speak to the website and what that funding would then be used for.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that's exactly what I was going to say and that's one of the notes I had written on anti-poaching. You know, it's a fund shift, and part of the funds, the general funds we received for anti-poaching, it was a new program last biennium. So it included funds to set up the program and all these different things. The program is set up, it's operating well. The TIP program, all those good things are going to remain. Law enforcement funded by that's going to remain. It's just a slight shift of some of the things we use for some of the high level advertising, and just frankly, kind of the funds that were used initially to set up the program that we're going to repurpose one time for this effort. So, and again, that back to the strategic piece where we're really trying to minimize impacts to important programs. It's not perfect, but like we saw an opportunity there to do a little fun shift. So that's what that's about. Answer your question?
Yeah, so it goes to the creation of the new website, because we got stuff in the last biennium for that, right?
Yes. Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So we got some positions that were approved last biennium that we've hired or in the process of hiring. And now this is basically the next step of actually paying a contractor or whatever service we go with to build the website. So we have positions that are working on kind of building up what our vision is, what it's going to look like, and then actual implementation is next biennium.
Okay. Thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Wall. Just some comments. I won't go too long, but you know, no one likes paying more and getting less, you know, and everywhere we look, you look in your checkbook, you know, your grocery bill, your power bill, everything's up. So, you know, nobody likes that, and, you know, we don't like it here either. But the reality is existing funding sources are just not adequate at this time. And we really need some additional funding sources. you know, talking to Director Colbert last night, she has some great ideas and some excellent, you know, ideas to explore. And there's a bunch of smart folks out there listening to this. You know, we're open to ideas. We're looking for more funding sources. It's needed. You know, we want to, you know, keep everything we do, everything that the department, you know, tries to do. We don't want to, you know, drop those programs. But the reality is, you know, we're short on funds right now. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in. But if there's any good ideas, we're sure open to them because we really could use some additional funding.
Thank you. I wanted to make just a couple comments, but I also had a couple questions. One is a very specific one. What are you talking about when you talk about corporation sponsorship, Mike?
Okay, Chair Wall. You know, that was actually an idea that was brought to us through one of our stakeholder meetings that we held prior. And so I've mentioned that we did a little bit of, I guess, some focus groups through this process. And what we did is we brought together a group of freshwater sport fishermen, a group of saltwater, and then several other special interest groups and individual meetings. And we sat down and we talked about what our proposals would be. And one of the ideas that came to us was, and I can't remember the exact term of it, but was some kind of a corporate partnership that you could create with people. And some of those would be that, you know, if communities wanted to get involved and corporations, they could help us, you know, provide funding to help us with some of our issues at hatcheries specifically. And we have an example of that with angler groups helping fund some of the modifications and the new building, the new hatch house at the Trask hatchery. But we haven't had a chance to totally dive into it, but there is a structure that I can't remember, it's the Corporate Something or Other Act that provides an opportunity for corporations to actually donate or fund these projects that we have, and they get some kind of a benefit in return. And so that's something that we hope to pursue and look at a little bit and see if it has wheels.
If you don't mind, Chair, well, I think it's very much akin to, thank you, Mike. But it's very much akin to like where the Timbers play. It used to be the Civic Center. The Providence Hospital Corporation bought all the rights. And so now it's the Providence Center, that kind of thing. And so they get to name it. They get a certain percentage and a certain tax break back from the city, but having to name that they get their name on the stadium where the Timbers play. It would be the same sort of thing.
It would be similar. And this is something that this is a new idea. This is something that we agreed we would explore. And I believe that thing I was looking for is Community Reinvestment Act. So if you want to look into it a little bit more, but this is something we're exploring and some opportunities. And, you know, we've had people knocking on our doors a little bit already saying, hey, we want to help. And so I think we'd be crazy not to accept help right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
And go ahead.
Yeah, just another mention of an example is like the Coos County Step Morgan Creek hatchery down there in Coos Bay. I mean, that's created a fantastic recreational fishery, and it's basically funded by the local community down there. So, you know, that's another example of what we can do.
Commissioner Labhart, and then I'll.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I'm going to get into some specifics now. So, I'm sorry, your general comments,
Well,
specifics on the budget, or?
go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not going to pick on Sarah, but I'm going to pick on Mike and Bernadette. So Sarah, you got off. So
you're welcome.
Well, yeah, I really would. You know how I feel about OCR, Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund. You already know all that. So, you know, we need to make sure that thing gets funded, but I think it's going to happen at the legislative level, not at this level. So, I don't know which one to start with, but let's start with wildlife. I would like, and I don't know if this is going to gain traction with the rest of the commission or not, but I'm very concerned about the mule deer decline in our state and the rest of the West. And it's just clink, clink, clink and going down. We know there's a lot of reasons for the mule deer decline. We're going to talk about that and those kind of things. But one of the things that is the amount of mule deer that is taken by predators. It's estimated in scientific research that a cougar takes about a mule deer a week. It's estimated that there's about 6,000 cougars in the state of Oregon. That's 6,000 deer a week. And So, and cougar populations are gradually increasing, in my opinion. I think I've seen the data on that. We're gradually increasing. And so, OHA brought up cougar and bear, and they're another predator, but I think cougars are more. About if we could just keep that $16.50 price for them over the period of time, rather than raising it to 18 to 19 to $21, and then on the bear it's the same thing. I would see if there's traction for that. On the turkey tags at $26.50, I think they made a comment that's at end of 2030, it's $30, and that's almost as much as a deer tag. I wish we had a turkey tag of, you get one tag, you can get 5 turkeys, because turkeys are just going crazy in our state right now. And so I'd like to, try to see if there's any kind of traction to keep it at that price of a turkey tag at $26.50. So I don't know, propose that one. And then the second one, so now I'll pick on Mike. So we received a fairly long letter from the Coquille tribe yesterday, and I think it got distributed to the commissioners, but just in case, I'm going to read a portion of the tribal letter from the Coquille tribe. They said, I'm just going to read a paragraph here. The Coquille tribe co-manages areas include a large portion of the Umpqua River watershed in Douglas County. It does not concur with the department's planned reduction. The Coquille tribe has been participating in government-to-government consultation regarding the future of the Rock Creek hatchery following the damage done by the Archer Creek fire. The consultation is not concluded and is not appropriate to functionally terminate that consultation in the agency requested budget. The department and Coquille have started an initial collaboration steps on the ODF&W hatchery resilience study mentioned by Dave Moskowitz, mandated by the legislature. At least one part of the process is to, quote, evaluate all existing ODF&W hatchery assets and design a resilient infrastructure complex to meet the growing need of hatcheries to support harvest, conservation, and social and economic benefits. Deciding to even signaling in the agency request budget that the Rock Creek hatchery and its many production programs that support tribal and recreational harvest opportunities are not on the table from a holistic view, but rather than a chopping block view, casts a shadow on the objectivity of the hatchery system review we have barely started. So their argument is the legislature directed with $1 million worth of funding for us to do a hatchery resilience study, which would include all of these, and yet we're preempting that by closing 2 hatcheries, proposing to close 2 hatcheries. I totally understand it's proposing, yeah. And so I'd like to, and I think I know what you're going to say is just, well, we got to cut somewhere, and hatcheries are a big funder. But, here we are starting this process, and we're proposing to unilaterally close 2 hatcheries without having the study. So
yeah,
help me understand that.
Yeah. So Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, first I would like to start off by saying, I don't know that necessarily represents what our relationship has been with our tribal partners. We have a fantastic relationship, especially with the Coquille tribe. I've been working with them quite a bit. We've also notified them of our intentions. And we sent out emails a few weeks ago notifying the 5 coastal tribes. Over the past couple of years, we've also met with one of the tribes specifically to talk a lot of detail about the future of the Rock Creek hatchery. So I do feel like we have talked to them a fair amount. There's another side to this that I think is very important here too. And this kind of goes in hand with what's been going on with our reduction process in general is, this isn't just willy-nilly programmed reductions. I mean, this is a very difficult situation for us. This is people's lives that we're messing with here. They have families and children. And so it is hard for us to make these decisions, and we have to be very aware of that when we're telling people what we're going to do. And so we can't just go out to the whole world and say, hey, we're cutting these 3 hatcheries 6 months in advance, because there's process to this and there's lives in family. So there is that I think is an important piece to this whole reduction process. That being said, we are in the middle of a reductions process, and we have a budget timeline and we have to make decisions. It's very specific times in this process, and we had to come up with a budget. And so it makes sense that it would be on this timeline. Unfortunately, it does overlap with our resilience study. So we're still going to engage those tribes. It is going to be unbiased. And I think we have some very good partners in that. And we will get a report that's out by November. And as you mentioned earlier as well, that people are going to have several more swings at this. It's a very long session. We can make any proposal we want. You guys could take a swing and axe it. The governor can take a swing and axe it, and the legislature certainly will. But one thing to remember is this is very difficult. We've already reduced program in this division by about 10 million 10 years ago. And so we don't have a lot of fat to trim. We're at the point where we're starting to cut off fingers and toes, and it's not comfortable. This involves a lot of people's passions and emotions. And so it's going to be very difficult. You guys are going to hear a lot of things, and no one's going to like anything. It's just where we are.
So I talked to Director Colbert about this last night too, and I think she's would answer the same way you just answered it. So it's a tough decision. There's still plenty of potential swings at the apple to try to move this forward. But I can tell you that at least one tribe has some serious concerns about this and is saying, let's let the resilience study move forward, before we try to cut this stuff. So now, back.
Go ahead.
Well,
And then we're
I
going to
just
go
need
to.
Bernadette's comment on what proposing there for those three topics.
Sure. Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. So I guess just first a note, that fee schedule is what we use to generate our revenue projections to then, so we could cover the programs that we wanted to include. So if we do change things in the fee schedule going forward, we would want to look at places to make up that amount in a different product. That being said, you guys are not setting those fee schedules today, so there is room to do that going forward. On the turkey tags, you could probably see in that fee schedule that we did not follow the 12.88 increase there. We did do a lower increase on the turkey tag and then kept it flat at the last biennium. Trying to recognize, that the feedback that we heard about the cost of the turkey tag. In addition, we have taken steps to change the bag limit in some areas for some hunts on the turkey tag, making that more than one turkey. So there are opportunities there to be flexible with the bag limit for that, but keeping the tag the same cost once it's set. So certainly can have more discussion about that going forward and how to readjust those.
So if I I think I know the answer to this question. So the answer to the question is the legislature sets the fees, the commission doesn't set the fees, correct? So, but I just want to make sure that, get that on the record, that that's what really happens. But I'm going to be, I would like to see, that addressed, particularly for cougars and bears, and turkeys is, I'd like to guess the limit's 5, give you a $10 tag, we'll give you 5 turkey tags, There's a lot of turkeys out there. So,
Thank you. Just I'm trying to go there and I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Spellbrink. So Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, you've had your hand up.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Some of my concerns have already been mentioned, but I have a specific question. I'm concerned about the public perception, obviously, around the Rock Creek hatchery as well. So that's on my list. I have a specific question, which is what happens to the insurance money for Rock Creek hatchery if there isn't a rebuild?
Okay, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hyde. So I'm probably going to have to phone a friend on this one because Ken's a lot more involved in that insurance process.
Okay, I would just like to know that at some point. I also, sorry.
Yeah, I can, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, I can answer that question right now.
Go ahead.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so we do have insurance funds that are coming. We have a settlement that's coming this summer that includes some money for rebuilding Rock Creek hatchery. There is some flexibility within that settlement. it'll take some working with the legislature through various processes, but the door is not completely closed. Like just because we're doing this action doesn't mean that we would turn away that settlement dollars. Essentially, the way the statute reads for insurance funds is that settlements paid out of the state insurance fund should go towards replacing what was lost, but there's some little nuanced flexibility in that, if replacing what was lost could be done at another state-owned location, that might be something that's accessible, that is eligible. And even further down, there might be even further flexibility that we could exercise with that. Again, with some different process with the legislature. So I think it complicates it a little bit, but it definitely doesn't shut the door on it, and we're not going to be turning any money away. It just comes down to when we go to expend those funds, we might have to have additional conversations. And also note that with the budget process, we're not proposing as a part of this budget to mothball Rock Creek Hatchery. It's just pausing the operational budget for 25-27. So there still could be future opportunities and discussion on what happens there long term.
And just to remind me how much that insurance claim is on Rock Creek.
I think I can go public with it now. It's I think we're going to be receiving $17 million in change for Rock Creek Hatchery.
And the concern also, I think we talked about this in a previous meeting, was that dollar alone will come nowhere near what is needed to actually do a rebuild, which is, so I hate talking about hard truths, but I don't want to leave this meeting without mentioning that I think that, putting Rock Creek Hatchery in this is going to be a fraught thing for people. I also have concern about the, just some of the comments we were hearing from the commercial fishermen with the concerns from commercial fishing and the declines and closures that are happening on the coast. Again, I realize that we are not the final bite at the apple, but I just want to share my concern about that. Another concern that I have is I also share Commissioner Labhart's concerns about some of the tags and shifting costs from some tags to other tags, and not being specific, but just saying, like, we could use turkey as an example, adding those costs to another tag. And I think there's some appetite for that, at least in stakeholders that I've talked to, for certain tags to shift more cost. And I'm wondering if that is absolutely dead on arrival from us, unless we do that right now. Does it then have to go through to the governor? Does it have to end up in this big legislative process? Because I think we could maybe we should be indicating that now.
Director.
If I could just, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, I think for the purposes of the fee adjustment today, any concerns or thoughts you have, we will absolutely continue to work, to address those and other concerns that we're hearing from stakeholders. For the purposes of the budget today, we have to assume a certain level of revenue is going to come from these different sources. And so, this is really not going to happen through tweaks to the fee adjustment by the commission. We can gather your feedback on that, but that is really a separate legislative process that we have to go through.
I understand that, but it seems like if we wanted to make an adjustment that didn't change the revenue picture for the department based on feedback that we're getting, we're just giving more work to the Oregon legislature that we ought to be doing here. I guess I just don't see why we're not considering that. If it's not going to change I know it's tinkering around, but we have had such an intensely fast process here to get to this point, and we've got big things happening. So that's just a thought I have.
Yeah, and again, it's a pretty in-depth model that we used for any tinkering that happens that involves elasticity, response to those fees. And so again, we will continue to tinker on that with our stakeholders, with conversations with you and others as we pursue the legislative process in advance. But unless you tell us today that you want us to reduce our assumptions around the revenues that will come in and make program cuts to make that up, that's the kind of scale at which today's decision process will operate.
Right. Well, I just want to be clear, Director Colbert, that I am not talking about us changing our budget level that we need. I'm talking about changing some tag structure within that structure and putting more costs on certain tags and putting less costs on other tags. So I just want to be clear there. I'm not trying to change up our budget allocation. I'm just trying to understand when that will happen again. And I guess we can let this go, but it just becomes another area where I feel like it's our business to kind of troubleshoot that work ahead of time before it gets to the Oregon legislature, because we are the Fish and Wildlife, agency. And so it's just another thing that's going to be part of the trade-off and complication that we throw into the Oregon legislature. So we can do that, but I'll just be one commissioner here saying maybe we should deal with that sooner rather than later. And then, and that's a statement, so you don't have to, I just want you to know I'm not trying to lower our needed budget. And then the other thing I would say is, I do think that we really need a little bit of clarification on the wolf coexistence, the wolf pop. And I've heard several comments from some of the public testimony that the Wildlife Services position is just for killing wolves. And my understanding is that we have a fleet of Wildlife Services people out there helping us on the ground who are actually doing a lot of non-lethal work in rural communities. And so if that's not the case, that non-lethal is part of that portfolio, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Chair Wall,
Bernadette.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, it's a little challenging because you're behind me. So,
oh gosh. Okay.
So I apologize, I'm not looking right at you. So that original POP had one new wolf bio position that we were proposing in John Day, and then $400,000 of pass-through funds to Wildlife Services. So in the last couple of years, after Wildlife Services got their NEPA process done where they could work more directly on wolves, we have asked them to do additional work with us. And that includes a number of different things, including responding to depredation requests. It does include lethal removal. It includes a variety of things, not specifically non-lethal funding, because they have a lot of funding for non-lethals from other sources. We think this additional funding is necessary to help with complementing the variety of actions that are going on in Northeast Oregon related to reducing wolf conflict, and that includes the work with Western Landowners Alliance. It includes all the NRCS funding that will be coming. It includes assisting us with management. And you all have heard about some of the workload issues that our staff have had. And so this is an important tool in the toolbox. It's just one piece of kind of a suite of things that go on with wolf management in Northeast Oregon. And the reason we prioritized this funding over the new position is partially because of the location. That new position, we already have 3 dedicated wolf staff in Northeast Oregon. Adding another one there would kind of add more of the same tool, whereas Wildlife Services provides different tools. And And also, right now, we're providing some of that funding to wildlife services through our license funding. And we don't think that's the most appropriate source. So we think we wanted to pursue that on general fund instead of license fund.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then the only other thing I would say is that, looking for alternative funding is going to be essential. We just heard that, the Coyote Palooza had 1,000 people show up. Are they paying for conservation out there on our big landscapes that need help? Because we need some new revenue sources, and the loss of the RAWA, the Recovering American Wildlife Act, it's a big deal. And so as we ask for what we need to be, different interest groups are going to really have to step up and start funding the care of wildlife in Oregon. It's just going to be important. So I'll let this go. I'll let the tag thing go, but I wish we had had a little more time to get this sewed up before we got to this point where we have to make a decision. The rest of the budget's great. I love the presentation from staff. Most of it's good.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. We have one more question or point from Commissioner Labhart, and then I'd like my turn, and then we'll end this.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't want to take it away from, have your right before I enter again.
Thank you. I want to say a couple things in general. One is, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that two of the major things, at least major in how people are looking at this budget and priorities, are back in, and to whoever on our staff and leadership made sure that the coexistence package and the wolf monitoring and management were back in spite of the limit. Thank you for that. I am going to do a couple pieces that I totally applaud and appreciate. I'm going to ask or mention a couple of my concerns. I think that based on our conversation that we have had so far, what the commission recognizes is that we are saying what we're concerned about. And I think the department has shown a very good willingness to listen to those. So we're not changing the budget here because we have an amount that we have to get. And so our concerns need to get considered in that. And so my comments will be in that light. On species resilience, I think that this department over the last 2 years has done a huge amount in moving toward making that integrated with all kinds of parts of the budget and the programs, and it's to be applauded. If I were to boil down things for us, because sometimes simplistic is easier for me, it would be biologists and water. There are so many other things that are important, but biologists and water, biologists translate this to the public for us all the time. That's where it's like the middle of the hourglass almost is how I look at it. And with water, it's when we talk about resilience, when we talk about fish, when we talk about wildlife, unless we have the cold water, we sort of don't have those. And so I have, as an aside from where I'm going with this, I have one question to you, Mike, or maybe to you, Sarah, which is, I heard you, Mike, say that we are working on shoring up the supply of water for our hatcheries. And if we're going to have hatcheries, we have to shore that up. I did not hear a parallel effort on the fish division side about water and shoring up. I mean, I heard a lot from Sarah, and I think Habitat Division is sort of where, I mean, that's why we stood it up. That's where, that's where that comes. But I do want to hear just a bit about how we are focusing on pool water, because I've heard so many people say, you don't have it, we don't have fish and wildlife. So first you, Mike, and then Sarah.
Okay. I was just going to let Sarah talk.
Okay, go ahead.
But Chair, well, yeah, I'll pass it on to Sarah because I think she can answer this pretty clearly.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chair Wall. The internal conversation about water program, working with inland fisheries on the hatchery resilience planning is happening. And we will be at the table with them, understanding where the gaps might be in available water rights, or existing water rights? What do we know about temperature needs? What do we know about quantity needs? And where might there be gaps? And that is where Habitat Division's water program would come in to help support that. So we will be integrated into the planning around water.
And in the interest of time, and I'm sorry we don't have time because we could spend time on it, but I'm just not going to pursue this one anymore, except that the priority just couldn't be higher than these water issues. Whichever part of the state we're in, that's where it comes down. And one of the reasons I said what I did about the bios is we, like on the wildlife coexistence one, we took out the campaign, the public campaign, and I understand the budgeting for it, but that's our connection with the communities. And so I am very concerned about that. I want to go next to hatcheries because I think this always comes up. We're a hatchery state. We're going to stay a hatchery state. I think that the conversation we had about Rock Creek, we will have about all 33 of the hatcheries, no matter which one we look at. It's like trying to close a school. It's just so hard on communities, but we have to look at it because I think we're going to continue to be a hatchery state. But I applaud that this department is actually going to step up and look at where are the hatcheries that don't have enough water, or where are the hatcheries that are no longer able to meet our important biological goals, or where are the hatcheries that we can do it a little bit differently. It's like a business decision almost, and we have to separate, just look at it that way. We have 33. They're stunningly expensive. We have to figure out where the impacts and the benefits and all of that are. So I absolutely know that we're going to have those kind of comments about all of them. And I would too if I were in those communities. I am in one of those communities. We have a hatchery 10 miles from me. So I know this is how it's going to go. But I think that we have to do this look with too little water and too little money. And that's what runs hatcheries. So I want to go back to the wolf monitoring question and the wildlife services. I think that for reasons other than what I've already heard today, I have a concern about wildlife services making the decisions about what's a kill and what's not a wolf kill. Only, are you going to say they don't? No, that's fine, because that would save me even saying it, because
So Chair Wall, they will use the same methods that we do. We will be training them on those methods, and it's a joint call, if you will, on what it is. And so I think Nick has used this. It's basically another branch of our agency at that point. A different patch on their sleeve, but they're doing the exact same thing that we would be doing. It's not them. And the same with wolf removal. This is all things that our agency has authorized. They're not out there doing these things without our oversight and approval.
I think that's an important overlay. My question in response would be, and we don't even need to answer it, is then why don't we just do it? Because for the public knows us. And so we don't need to get into it today, but I would just put it out there because I want people to know what I'm thinking. On the PFA and the OCRF and the Habitat Division that are in the unnumbered POPs, that's a worry. And I understand that everybody in this room and lots of other rooms needs to go to the legislature and that sort of thing. I'm especially concerned if we lose the Habitat Division bios, because that brings it up so that we at least have a habitat bio in each area. So for what it's worth, I think that's one that we should look at putting back or trying to find a way. And I know how hard it is to make the trade-offs. I think I'll just stop there and let Commissioner Labhart make his other comment, and then unless you look like you're about to answer one of those, my God, okay. Then
Chair Wall, I could clarify just your last comment about the habitat biologist POP. That one is above the funding line. The one that is below the funding line would have been
just the division.
It would have been for a budget manager.
Thank you. That helps.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I'm going to try something here. I'm going to see if I'm not ready to make the motion yet, because I'm going to support the budget as submitted, I'm going to pile on with Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. I think we need to at least send a message to the governor's office and to, this is our right to do that, just to the governor's office and to the legislature, that commissioners, and we don't even need to reach consensus on this, but commissioners express some concerns about the tag, the proposed tag fees for resident black bear, resident turkey, and resident cougar. There was concerns expressed about keeping that the same. Commissioners expressed concerns about a couple hatcheries being eliminated. And so at least it's in the wording that Director Colbert and staff takes to the governor's and to the legislature's office. There was talk and concern about these two issues. And then if there's any others to add to the list, that it would be in a form of a memo or something like that. But we go ahead and approve the budget as is with at least of those two, unless commissioners also have others. Because at least they can say at least one commissioner, maybe two commissioners have, concerns, or not concerns, but would like to have further discussions about those as it moves through the other two bites of the apple, as Ken said. So thoughts on that?
Well, I just because it was one that I just mentioned, I think that I specifically want to be careful how heavily we talk about changing what we're doing in the hatchery study, because we're going to get that on every one of them. So anyway, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I guess I might add to that is the challenges that the commercial fisheries and fish plants are up against right now. Dave Wright, I know well. He was manager of Pacific Seafoods when I was there. He signed a lot of my checks, and they never bounced. And he was, if he had the concerns he had were legitimate. I know the fish plants with water issues and stuff. They've got some challenges on the fish side, market-wise, on the trawl industry and stuff. Anyway, there's a bunch of challenges there that need to be addressed too. And I would, add that to the list. That I don't know what we can do about it, but we need to look. It's a big challenge that they're facing right now.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And also don't forget Commissioner Khalil. I just saw her.
Thank you.
But I think, you could go on and on with these. I think it's important, Mike, you touched on it. I'm sure all of you have felt it. We have to remember that human dimension. We have to remember this is more than just numbers. This is real. This is the lives of commercial fishermen. This is people who are trying to apply for OCRF. This is people that families might have to relocate. This is hard stuff. And so we really need to just not tear each other to shreds on this. Just do our best. Like we have created an incredible document in a very short amount of time under amazing pressure with all sorts of changes. And we've done a good job, I think, and we'll just continue to do the best that we can. And I think that to me, if that's what we lead with going forward, that's all we can do at some stage. Because at some stage, you have to make hard decisions. That is awful. That's queasy. That makes you stay up at night. I get it. So I think we need to remember to keep that in the equation as well, and not let that volume get too high, which it often does in our decisions, sadly.
Thank you, Dr. King. And we'll go to Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, I was going to support Commissioner Labhart's recommendation of, having a memo that says something about our conversation here today, but also add to that the pieces of this that we are particularly excited about and the things that we do consider to be big areas of progress, so that those don't get lost when things shuffle, or if things shuffle, because we know that there's a finite amount of resources to go around. And I have heard a lot of excitement around some of these pops today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Could I just ask Director Colbert, what did you hear?
Clarify the question if you could, Commissioner Labhart.
That we will vote on the budget as is, as submitted, but there will be an additional letter that would be, or maybe a memo or something that would be sent to the governor's office that the commissioners also discussed and not made a decision on, but discussed some other issues that are out there and that are important to the commissioners, to commission and commissioners. And you heard those. I think staff heard those too. So it would be a separate, not related in the document approved by, but it would be a memo that you would carry forward from the commission, that there was some issues or raised up that we'd like to at least for others to hear that.
Yeah. Chair Wall, Commissioner Lampart, we're happy to do our best to capture what we've heard today. And we can work with the chair to make sure you have a chance to see that and that we captured it correctly before we share it.
Ready to make a motion?
Let's hear the motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the department's 25-27 agency request budget.
Long time getting there. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the department's 2025-27 agency request budget as read into the record. Michelle, will you call the roll?
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Turn on, because I can't turn on.
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes, with great thanks to the department.
Chair Wall, I didn't want to say anything, as you were deliberating on this, but I hear everything that you're sharing, and I appreciate how much that you thought about this and recognize what a difficult process this is. And I just want to say once again that it is going to be one of my highest priorities to work with all of you to secure additional dedicated revenues for our department. I feel very optimistic. We have to plan the budget based on what we know today, but I just want you to know that this will be my absolute #1 priority.
Thank you for that, Director. And I would like to thank all of the people who have spent enormous numbers of hours with us in meetings and other ways of preparing this budget in the testimony today. It's very informative. I hope people know how informative and useful it is to hear from the public on these things. So thank you for that. It is noon. We will we have one person who did not get to testify. It's because our system is not perfect today. It's too late to really to be part of the process, but is he still on? Does he?
Still on, yeah.
Then we're going to hear 3 minutes from Steve Fick because he had signed up, thought he had signed up, and we will hear from him. So Steve, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. For the record, my name's Steve Fick from Astoria, Oregon. Mine is just a little bit of suggestions to maybe help craft your budget. I agree with your approval of the budget, but within that, we should be looking at ways to increase the value of the fisheries. And that is through, as an example, with the salmon fisheries, we have opportunity for increased harvest opportunities and stay within the confines of ESA guidelines on the Columbia River, for example. Currently, because of the restrictions in some of the harvest tools we can use, we're not accessing a lot of the hatchery coho in the fall, which an example of if you're going to have 100,000 fish that are surplus, ideally, the recreational fishery will have a chance to catch those fish up front, which they, will hook between 1 and 3 for every 10 that swim by them. So my point is like on a run of 100,000 surplus coho that we could access, there's another couple $100,000 to $300,000 worth of fish taxes if we access those fish instead of them going back to the hatchery. That's one example. The other thing, you might look at refunding the endorsement somehow, do it differently, find another funding source. I know that's challenging right now, but there's that might open up some other avenues for some creative harvest opportunities. And the other thing, I think you're all aware of in the budget process here, as far as hatcheries are concerned, you might be thinking what happens. You're aware that you're being sued by the Conservation Angler Group. And if for some reason that lawsuit, they won that lawsuit, it could potentially shut down every hatchery on the lower Columbia River. And so I would just be prepared to address changes in fundings for the state for the next couple of years, which and in the future. So I'm just trying to be constructive with this, to be aware of some of this stuff and some of the ways we can create more revenue for the department and the state, and by meaning the state too, the income taxes that come with additional income by commercial fishers. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I'm sorry that the system somehow missed you the first couple times around, and I'm glad we got to hear from you. So thank you.
Thank you.
We are at noon. We're going to, if the commission can stand it, we'll do 30 minutes for lunch and come back. And then we will go to Exhibit C, the mule deer plan. Easy ones after the budget, right?